Assalamu alaikum, people. All right. I take it we is live. So let me just, I'll let you guys, just tune in, click like, click share. Hopefully you can hear me. Whilst you're doing that, I'm just going to bring up today's file. All right, where we at? Here we are. Now, just for today's date now. Ya salam. Right, you guys can just click like, click share, just spread the love, people, spread the love whilst I just track down. Where is there it is. All right. So, all right. Bismillah. So, what I want to take a look at today, just quickly run through this, then I'll just take a look at who's with us online. I want to focus on lock it into the theme of own your story, people. Own your story. And I thought, let's introduce a personality I briefly spoke on in the past and is connected to some of the stories we've done recently. It's one of the most powerful females in early Islamic history. So once the dynasties start within Islam, she is probably one of the most powerful women to have ever come onto the Islamic landscape. Khayruzan, her name is. So we'll speak a bit about her. And also the companion Abu Bakra who is of Ta'if, Abu Bakr al-Thaqafy radiallahu an. We'll speak a bit about, introduce this legendary personality as well. So, right, Allah, just grab my coffee. So, right. Whoa, must be getting exhausted today. So, who have we got with us online? All right, Shane Wilson, spread the love. All right, that's what we're talking about, people. Claire, ahlan wa sahlan. All right, Sam Easy. All right, let's have a great day. Ameen. Ameen, of course. Scorpio, ahlan wa sahlan. I hope the book reading is going well for this month. The book reading for this month is a book by Michael Pollan. And it's and it's on psychedelics. It's called How I Changed My Mind. Definitely an interesting read. I'm still in the early stages of the book, but so far very fascinating, very interesting. So those of you that want to catch up with that on your own time, definitely it's worth doing. Aida, assalamu alaikum wa alaikum assalam, ahlan wa sahlan. So, right, I'll let you guys tune in. So, Bismillah. إن الحمد لله وكفى والصلاة والسلام على رسوله المصطفى وعلى عباده الذين ارتضى ومن بهداهم اهتدى وبآثار أهل المدينة اقتفى وبعد فالسلام الله على القوم, people. ومرحبا. All right, so I'll take a look. We've got Thinker says salam, morning. Hope you're all well and happy. As always, lillahi alhamd. Who's this? Mufti, could you do something on al-Khansa? Oh, al-Khansa. Oh, sure. Inshallah, in the future, I'll keep that in mind. Nora, ahlan wa sahlan. Ahlan wa sahlan wa assalamu alaikum. As always. Right, so shukran. Wah, my favorite scholar. I like it. Yes, Scorpio saying the book is amazing. It is. There's some excellent YouTube videos and TED Talks that can accommodate the book, if you like, or at least the theme. Those of you that are not reading the book can definitely check out the TED Talk, How I Changed My Mind. Right, we've got Shadman, Asim Khan. Right, from Houston. Allahu Akbar. And Fahad, kya baat hai, from down under, people. All right, Australia. So what is going on? Look at this. Hello from the island of Mauritius. All right, Shabir Qadri Attari. Ahlan wa sahlan, Shabir Sahib ji. Marhaban. Right, Imi Mufti, change my mind. The book will do it. The book will do it. You should create a Discord. I have a Discord. It's called Mindscape. It's for the Patreons. Or there's a separate one for the book club called the Book Lounge, but for my one is it's called Mindscape. It's for Patreon. You can feel free to check out the Patreon. There are different tiers, but they all have access to the Discord, and yeah, people chat on it, share things, discuss things. We do also, for certain tiers, we do have a monthly meetup on there as well. Right, what's going on? Right. Assalamu alaikum. All right, from Germany. Guri. All right, this is Shaykh Sahib Ghauri, of course. We spoke previously and we've now connected on Instagram as well. It's a pleasure to have you here. So, what is going on, people? What is going on? Somebody mentioned about the Russia Ukraine thing. I mean, I've spoken about that previously. I don't know what's really changed. It is crazy. I can't see an end game in sight from the Russian perspective. What does Putin see? Like, what's the end game? I don't know. I think you see in my, I don't know, the way I see it is that he may have had a plan that went something like, I'm not happy with Ukraine, annoying me and trying to trigger me with this NATO speak. I want to teach them a lesson. I want to teach NATO a lesson as well, to kind of stay in your lane. Meanwhile, I want to secure the Crimea because its water had been cut off from Ukraine. Ukraine was doing a lot of that as well. Also, I want to secure the Black Sea with more ports that are secured from the Ukrainian side. Yeah, and maybe he thought as well, I'm not happy with the pro-right kind of Nazi-esque regime, or I don't know if it's the regime, but at least the kind of right-leaning, somewhat of a Nazi sentiment carrying parliamentarians. So maybe he thought, look, I'm gonna get all of these and just blow these out of the sky with a few tactical shots. Yeah, and I think along the way also he may have thought, look, I'm going to liberate his version or create a separate Eastern Front that is now independent, and thereby there will be a persistent struggle for the for the foreseeable future with Ukraine. So it becomes an unstable region. Yeah, and I would have thought really a lot of that he did within the first few days. So he kind of got that done. Sorry, not all of that, but like he declared independence for the eastern two fronts. He secured the ports. He kind of thereby having greater access and control over the Black Sea, hopefully being able to release the water supplies, scared off NATO, destabilize the region. I think he would have really done all of that. But then I just don't, he went in for Kiev, and maybe he had a plan that I can make a sweep clean, get in there, replace the government with a pro-Russian government, come out. But that's gone to pieces. So yeah, it's just a bit of it's just a mess right now. So I don't know what his plan is right now, because I honestly can't see how do they recover from this kind of um a global loss, because being precluded from all of the international markets bar energy, so with the exception of energy being prevented, cut off, all Russian banks being frozen in terms of most international trading, being cut off from Swift, all these major outlets being frozen in your country, Google, PayPal, YouTube. Um, I know these things, a person may think, well, what do these things do? But they're so huge, especially the transactional perspective, and the currency just dropping, at least having halved almost within just days. If not, it's probably dropped more now, the Russian ruble. So, how does a person recover? I honestly don't know. But then I at the same time, it's the world has got to see for the first time so blatantly the hypocrisy and double standards of the West, the kind of racist undertones being brought vividly to the forefront. Um, no filter, just sheer, I don't know, transparency of their inner shadows, just being so discriminatory, anti-Muslim, anti-Middle Eastern, anti-African, everything just coming right out in this, and somehow just drawing arbitrary lines of Ukraine symbolizing somehow the great fight for freedom, which, let's face it, and I have to say, and this is where I feel that, kind of a mixed state of emotion, because you see people like Trump, who very openly, when this happened, said that I have always had a problem with Ukraine. He said Ukraine is one of the most corrupt countries on earth. And he said, I've been saying that since he was in power. And people all of a sudden, I get it, most people don't know what Ukraine is about, because Ukraine's not such a, it's not one of those countries that people are usually speaking about. So people don't know, but the powers that be do know this. The countries know that this is a very corrupt country. When they're saying European and they're trying to gauge it by, let's say, some kind of first world standard, it's not like anything like the other kind of, even by its template, it's nothing like the other countries. It's a country riddled and drowning and submerged in corruption, well before all this Russian thing. So, and now it's openly like the treatment in Ukraine against Africans that are trapped there, the way they're being kicked off trains, the way they're being treated, just flagrant racism. It just goes to show how messed up the whole situation is and the problems. And it also reflects what Putin was saying, which some people were sidelining, that, and that's not to say necessarily Putin is some kind of an angel or a messiah. He clearly is, a dictator. Clearly, there's no question about that. But what he was saying about the Nazi kind of okay, he's maybe, there's an aggrandizement of what he's saying, but still, you see now echoes of truth, because there is this far right leaning parliamentarian swift within Ukraine. There are these people that are, very kind of just racist and fascist kind of. I'm not saying all of them, but there is a clear, strong presence of the element, and these things are just being all brushed. And it's like it's a country that's just always been there for humanity, and that's not to belittle their struggle. See, this is why it just goes to show how super complicated everything's become, because you're like, well, there are no good guys. There are no bad guys. I mean, it's just everybody's bad. But people have their own version of good. And it's just a mess. It's this kind of just mishmash of everybody with an agenda that's trying to color it with their coat. So, yeah. But right now, where has it left the world? Russian oil supplies are kind of really shaking the world now with what do they do? And it's madness. May Allah make things easy. I hope Putin kind of, I don't know, comes to some, because he has to kind of step back and just, open up some meaningful way for negotiations. And Biden is just clearly senile. I mean, I'm serious. I don't know how Biden is. The guy makes so many ridiculous mistakes in his speeches. And I don't know, I could be wrong. I think these are like, because the guy's borderline senile. I don't think it's because they just slip of the tongues and things. I think he's just too old. I don't think people should be, if you're near a certain age, you shouldn't really be leading a country. That's, I don't know, my thoughts, because I think the amount of stress leading a country has, like, would you take a 70-year-old and make him a pilot? I mean, I don't know, but would you put like a 70-something-year-old to, and when they're steering an entire country, because it makes you think, I wonder what his agenda is. And he's making all these crazy claims as well. And he said in a speech, you can't win the hearts of the Iranian people. It's like, everybody must be thinking, even Iran must be thinking, what's this guy talking about? You wanted to say the Ukrainian people, but yeah. So, yeah. But I mean, I hope, look, you know what it is? It's like always, it's the innocent who suffer. It's like, can you imagine just the common people that are caught up in this? Ukrainian, Russian, like the common Russian people. Like, imagine how they're suffering. Like, bloody the internet payments, international payments, transactions. Imagine somebody used to sell things. And it's not like you have a say in all of this. It's not like you can do anything about it. Putin's not going to listen to you. So you're kind of getting it from all ends. So yeah, it is these things. May Allah make them easy for people. I mean, so to be a leader, you need to pass an aptitude test. I would say, to be a leader, ideally, what should happen is you should go through there should be like like a course that you have to undertake, like a fitness aptitude kind of course, but something not more along the way, or incorporated, infused in that, should be things like exploring. All leaders must have taken certain necessary doses of psilocybin, magic mushrooms, maybe MDMA. They should have done a certain amount of things like this, and they need to, maybe, definitely, to be a world leader, I would say they must have taken DMT, and ideally maybe at least one dose of 5-MeO DMT. Because once a person has experienced death in this world, or as close to it as you can get, and you've experienced the other realms, you only return with love and compassion, and then we see them rule the world. We will, ladies and gentlemen, be living in a totally different world. Honestly, war would be a thing of the past. People ain't interested in war when they walk that path. Can you imagine that if it was a mandatory condition? Like, let's say it was something like a 6-month course. It's not a whole course, but during this 6 month, they have to be licensed and vetted. And part of the process was they had to go through all of these things. They had to, oh my God, they would be the kingdom of God on earth. Seriously, we would have, it would be a different world. But yeah. So yeah, this is it. MALM for president. It wouldn't work, you see, because if people did this, politics would just go out the window. Honestly, corrupt politics would be out the window. People they would want to actually spread love. They would actually want to save humanity. They'd want to eradicate poverty. They'd want to eradicate starvation and hunger. But yeah. So, all right. Now, DMT for all presidents. It's a thought, not that they're going to listen to me, but I would say it's a must. I would say that if a person was to become a world leader, definitely, yeah, a world leader, because that's too many people are at stake. If you can't even do that, then you shouldn't. They don't truly, because then they just, they haven't faced their shadow, have they? And they need to face it. So I feel that when a person has at least done that at a world state level, then they qualify to, you can trust them with the hearts and minds of people. Prior to that, I don't know. What is their agenda, you see? Right. Imagine proposing that. Yeah, I would propose that. I would make it a mandatory thing if it were up to me, that for leaders, I'm not saying but all leaders, I would say that there would be a mandatory. I'm telling you, we would have an amazing world. We would be living in a world that would look so radically different from the world you and I are acquainted with. Yeah, so what is going on? People, Asiya Pasha, Orthodox, I don't know what Orthodox Church. Right, somebody saying about coming on. I will share the link to come on live later on. So once we covered. Right, okay, what's this? Um, What are these comments? Muslims, the House of Sound, AK, what? Right, listen, you need to stop spamming. You need to stop right now. I'll delete some of these comments. You will be blocked. Okay. So, people, any of the mods about anybody spamming, you just put them into timeout. Talmudic Jews. Okay, there you go. Block user. Okay, so there you go. That's right. So no, we don't need any. We don't support or agree with any anti-Semitism or any of that. You don't need to be, to be secure with yourself. You don't need to hate on other people. Okay. You don't need to hate on the Jews. You don't need to hate on the Christians, or you don't need to hate on anyone. Okay. Just get a grip of yourself. All right. So, Jibril. Right. I've got no idea what you're saying. Jibril recited Quran to. Right. You need to. You need to seriously pull yourself together. Right now. Right, so let's, inshallah, begin. All right, so I want to take a look at this theme of to own your own story. And what a beautiful statement or quote. That every moment I shape my destiny with a chisel. I am the carpenter of my own soul. It's very reminiscent of I'm the captain of my soul, the master of my fate, the captain of my soul. It's very reminiscent of that. I thought, in line with this theme, there's this amazing quote by Charles Dickens that whether I shall turn out to be the hero of my own life, or whether that station will be held by anybody else, these pages must show. Allahu Akbar. That is so profound, honestly. That, our lives, and the reason and what I mean by this theme is each and every one of us has a story. Right? Each and every one of us has our very own story. And in some ways, it's kind of getting ahead of us. And it's maybe shaping us. There's a kind of loop feedback, this kind of bi-directionality that we feed into it, it feeds into us. But to own it, to take control, take it by the reins. And it could be done at any stage of life. Even if it were the very last moments of life, a person to take control. And in that sense, this quotation that you're seeing, that, whether I shall turn out to be the hero of my own life, or whether that station will be held by anybody else, these pages must show. And, we can kind of picture almost our story being written out. I love what Joe Rogan once said, where he said, imagine your life is like a movie. Or you've got a documentary crew following you around. And it's at the stage where things are all messed up. And you're that guy at that stage. You're at that person. and everything's fallen to pieces. And the movie's just kind of begun, that we see common kind of theme. And then you'll rise to success again, rising from the ashes. I think that's phenomenal, so empowering. And I thought, with that theme in mind about owning, taking control of your own story, because really a time will come where we all will think that, damn, if only, if only, there's an Arabic poem that لست براجع ما فات مني لا بلهفة ولا ليت ولا لو أني, that I'm not to, like, I cannot bring back anything that has gone, not by just saying, oh, if only, but only, like saying words of lamentation that, oh, if I could, if I did, what if I did, if only I did. These words don't, lafa, later, lo anni in Arabic, these kind of words, it doesn't bring anything back. And this poem by Saghar Siddiqui Sahib, the legend, he says, Waqt ki chand saatein Saghar. Saat, this saatein is an Arabic word, saat, which means a moment or an hour or a moment. It can mean a clock or a watch as well in Arabic. Sa'a. And he says, saatein. Da waqt ki chand saatein Saghar लौट आए तो क्या तमाशा. Wow. It says, if a few moments from life were to return, what a life it would be, huh? What a scene it would be to watch. Kya tamasha ho. Yeah, and with there are right, so I'm just trying to. Right, there's a super chat. I'll bring that up. There's a poem I've got here somewhere, and then we'll kind of move on into the lesson. Let's bring this up. Thinker, shukran, much love for the super chat. Mufti, will you give D Woods and invite him to MindTrap? I'm not so sure right yet, because I've got a lot of people already lined up for MindTrap, and I'm already so much behind in my own list of people that I've got lined up. So, and then there's Ramadan, and I don't usually, I don't know, sometimes I've done a one-off MindTrap in Ramadan, but usually I don't do many live streams in Ramadan. So there's too much of a kind of waiting list. And I don't really see at this stage what the point would be, because MindTrap is all about engaging in thought-provoking dialogue that pushes the parameters of the kind of conceptual frontiers. I don't see how that. It's not about kind of really about just getting into Christian Muslim polemics. That's not what MindTrap is about. So, I don't know what we would possibly have to discuss. He's a Muslim. He's a Christian, and sure, he has issues with Muslims and a certain, let's say, certain takes of Islam. I don't see why people engage in issues if they don't like them. And so, and I'm not so sure. I don't know. I haven't watched him carefully, but I'm not so sure he certain. I don't assume, this is an assumption, that he has an issue with Islam as a whole. I assume he has an issue with certain representations of Islam, like the Salafi Islam. as opposed to all the other, which is the majority of Muslims in the world, which is like, probably like close to at least 3/4 of all Muslims throughout the world are not Salafi. So I don't assume he has an issue with the general Islam. I don't know, but once again, it's not really my primary concern. Yeah. Yeah. Where can I join MindTrap? MindTrap is not something a person joins. You can MindTrap is I mean, have you never seen any of my MindTraps? They're on YouTube. I've got over, I think is about 65 episodes or something. But so they're discussions with a guest. So a person would have to get in touch with them. They're usually people who are interesting people with some expertise on a particular field. And we're discussing topics usually that are relevant to them and the discourse at hand. And that's what we do. Okay. But you can, if there's something that, that's interesting, that is your area, your expertise, your space, reach out to me, message me, and yeah, we can get that moving forward. Right. Okay. So let's move forward, people. I wanted to today, in light of that theme, right, with this in the backdrop, this about owning your story, taking the reins and redirecting, zeroing in on your own trajectory. Right, in light of that, I want to take a look at some verses that actually address choices, but especially choices of gratitude and of arrogance or stubbornness or ingratitude, kufr in that sense, and misery, and by contrast, success. So a verse comes to mind that I wanted to share with you guys, and it's from Surah An-Nahl, verse 112. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. وضرب الله مثلا قرية كانت آمنة مطمئنة يأتيها رزقها رغدا من كل مكان. And Allah gives an example, a parable of a settlement, a people, كانت, that this settlement was safe, secure, tranquil, in bliss, مطمئنة يأتيها رزقها رغدا من كل مكان, in living in opulence and prosperity. فكفرت بأنعم الله. And then, now kafarat can mean to disbelieve, but when kufr is used to do with blessings and juxtaposed with gratitude, then this kufr usually means to be ungrateful. It doesn't mean to disbelieve in a faithful sense. So the noun for it in Arabic is kufran and not kufr. So kufr is usually the opposite of iman, and kufran is the opposite of shukr, as in kufranun ni'mah. So as it mentions, فَكَفَرَتْ بِأَنْعُمِ اللَّهِ فَأَذَاقَهَا اللَّهُ لِبَاسَ الْجُوعِ وَالْخَوْفِ بِمَا كَانُوا يَصْنَعُونَ. So Allah allowed them to taste, made them taste. And here there's the metaphor, a garment of misery, of anxiety, of suffering, of hunger. But by their own doing, Allah simply allowed them, enabled them if that was what they wanted to do. So often people will think that, look, but these people, if they want to act out, if they want to be tyrants, if people want tyranny, oppression, they want to do wrongdoing, they want to, then Allah often allows them. And with it, أذاقهم لباس الجوع. Why libas? Why a garment? Because the way it envelops you, it wraps around you. This is how the suffering wraps around them. بما كانوا يصنعون. By their own doing. And remember that this suffering, it could be a suffering right here. It could be that people, they, by choosing a path of tyranny, by choosing a path of cruelty, of abuse, it could begin right there at a mental level, continue to suffer, that it wraps around them. Allah mentions libas al-ju', that maybe the hunger is that they are met with failures in life, that they lose prosperity, that they are actually hungry. Maybe it's a hunger for happiness that they never truly manage to obtain or be satiated with. Maybe it's a hunger for love, for compassion, for emotions that they become deprived from. That libas al-ju', that this hunger, it doesn't have to be restricted just to the hunger of that. Many kinds of things that they may remain starved from throughout this life, as a consequence, bima kanu yasna'un, as a consequence of their own doing, of the path of tyranny and abuse that maybe they chose. Just a powerful reminder, wallahi, that this, and it will tie in today as well with when we go into the Strength in Stories segment, but that this, وضرب الله مثلا قرية كانت آمنة مطمئنة يأتيها رزقها رغدا من كل مكان فكفرت بأنعم الله فأذاقها الله لباس الجوع والخوف بما كانوا يصنعون. That this is by their own doing, it enveloped them. But they had a time where they were living in great prosperity, mutma'inna, so tranquil and in bliss. They had that. Amina, safe and secure. But they chose to be ungrateful. It's a very powerful reminder, and I thought sometimes it's good to see these verses, to remind us as well that things can be sometimes difficult, but so what? There's still so much to be grateful for. And absolutely, I'm following with that an amazing verse that really shows, not only reflects this verse that we just read, but just clearly, just magnificently shows the mercy of Allah. That you see from Surah An-Nisa, verse 147, that وَمَا يَفْعَلُ اللَّهُ بِعَذَابِكُمْ إِن شَكَرْتُمْ وَآمَنْتُمْ. See, now this honestly is one of the most powerful verses in the Quran. وَمَا يَفْعَلُ اللَّهُ بِعَذَابِكُمْ. What would Allah get by punishing you? مَا يَفْعَلُ اللَّهُ بِعَذَابِكُمْ إِن شَكَرْتُمْ وَآمَنْتُمْ. If only, if you are grateful, if you have this faith. And this faith, it does what? If you are grateful with what? Not that if you are grateful just in the sense that you are doing, oh, I'm grateful, but that you too, you kind of bring that into your heart. You show it to people, humans, people suffering. You give forward in shakartum. You see, shukr is not just like praising Allah. That's hamd. Shukr is where you act it out. And you act it out. God doesn't need anything from you. But Allah says in a hadith that, oh, where were you when I was starving? And the person says, but you're Allah. What was it? Doesn't even make any sense. Allah says, well, such and such was starving. If only لو أطعمته لوجدتني عنده. If you'd fed that person, you would have found me there. Where were you when such and such was sick? If you'd visited them, you would have found me there. This is shukr. ما يفعل الله بعذابكم إن شكرتم وآمنتم. And iman, yes, of course, it's about iman, but also it's having that narrative, that script within you. وَكَانَ اللَّهُ شَاكِرًا عَلِيمًا. See, Allah Himself is, now look how it's used. Allah Himself is grateful. Look at the word. Wow. Even though what it means is that He is responsive, ever so always responding to gratitude. But it's used in a way to show you that, look, Allah Himself is grateful. Using that word, although what it actually means is that Allah responds to your gratitude always. And alima. And why alima, ending it with alima? Because every little thing of gratitude, it is known. Because often a lot of things will sincerely be done if a person just does them and people won't be around. You know, you might just be doing something online and you might help someone, or maybe you see somebody and you talk to them. And this isn't always about, like, I know often it's about an easy ways of somebody actually gives something, but it doesn't have to be monetary or even products or items. Sometimes it's just asking someone how they're doing. Sometimes it's just extending courtesy, some form of positive regard. You're kind of giving the, sometimes it's just listening to someone. that in itself, you know, humans taraske, they're like so they're like starving and so thirsty for someone to just hear their plight, hear their things. And sometimes it's just that, it's extending an ear and a heart. That's all it is. So it doesn't always mean that somebody has to be in a monetary sense but giving is much greater than that, than actual kind of monetary or itemized giving. So yeah, so Allah ends it because every little thing, Allah is still, because a person could think, Kan Allahu shakiran alima. Allah knows. Surah An-Nisa 147. I thought that was an amazing ayah, and it also ties in with today's one of the stories. So I thought, yeah, it's a brilliant thing to kind of share. All right, let's we'll move on. I'll take a look at some of the comments, and then we'll move on. Let me see. Feels, yeah, it's true. So who's that? Below it said feels like gratefulness is the key to everything. It often is, isn't it? When we think about it, you know, people And one thing to understand that, look, everything will be okay. Just sometimes we don't know how things will be okay. We don't know, but we can only just deal with what we have at hand. And yeah, in our way, we show gratitude. It always begins with that, because it will kind of tame, it will control not only the inner turmoil, but it will have you on the right kind of frequency. And on that frequency, you will receive as well. It sounds, I don't know whether how it sounds, but it seems to definitely work. So, like today, people were saying about, I saw this thing about, look, oh my God, fuel prices are going up and people are panicking. And I saw on a few WhatsApp groups, and actually there was, I saw some people panicking, and it is, look, it can be a bit distressing when we think about these things. But what we have to do is, whenever something like this happens, just pause. And you just breathe. Tawakkulan ala Allah. Everything is going to be okay. It does not. You may say, well, but how? But what? I've got this, I've got that, and you've got like 50 questions going off in your mind, and this thought and that thought, and before you know it, that thought's already kind of playing out, and this thought's playing. You've got to just Allah. And you're only concerned with the step in front of you. You're just taking that step. It doesn't matter. Things will work out. They always have, they always will. There's no need to kind of become so kind of panicked, because look, anything that happens in life, there's only two things about it. Either you can do something about it directly, or you can't. If you can, then stop panicking and do something about it. Or you can't, in which case there's no point panicking anyway, because you can't do anything about it. It is what it is. So it's always important to remember in these things that hasbunallah, that, don't worry, as Allah is sufficient, and Allah has got things, that it's okay. A person just Allah, they just breathe. Yeah. Right. So let's see. Rizwan Khan, Salam Mufti and fellow community. Good spirits, positive. Yep. Lillahi alhamd. Shukran. May Allah keep you blessed. Right. Yeah. It's important. I'm saying this because, look, people, it's natural to find anxiety, to kind of get into a stir, to start panicking. And if you do, there's always techniques as well. A person should, if you can, do a few minutes of mindfulness every day. 3 minutes, if you can. Just 3 minutes. You can go on YouTube, find a 3-minute kind of just mindfulness clip to just bring your mind to just zero it in. It is a huge, it's something to just tether you. If you can do more things in a day, there's so many more methods to kind of, I've got a clip on YouTube as well about certain, even with Salah, I've got one on Salah about how to incorporate certain things in Salah, just like a breathing technique, just to kind of, to be more in the now during Salah. But Otherwise, if a person's feeling anxiety and they're feeling stressed out, they they need to. You see, it all begins. Our world is like a projection of what's inside here, and a person that in here is chaos, they think the world is chaos, and when it gets still, they feel the world is still. So it all kind of begins in there. So yeah, I would say that. Mhm. And there's a good technique as well. There's a few techniques. I've shared some on YouTube in the past. I will do some more clips as well. I had just been a bit distracted, but I was thinking actually this week I should start doing more of those clips. I want to start again, so I will. But there are some good, interesting techniques that for if people suffer from stuff like becoming anxious, anxiety, or they can't seem to calm down. um, there's there's quite there are a few that I have shared, and once an interesting one is the kind of self-embrace method. That's actually an interesting one, and I found that always fascinating from when I learnt about it a while back, because I thought it's interesting that even in the surah of Ya Ayyuhal Muzammil, about being kind of this kind of being kind of embraced, um that this technique, because a person, what they can do is they just take their right hand and they just place it under to the side, and their left on top, and they just hold, and you just embrace, and you just breathe in, and you just hold, and you breathe out, and you do that just slowly for between 30 to 60 seconds, and you notice the whole, like how as simple as that, it's a very simple technique like that, how it just radically reduces instantly anxiety on the spot. And obviously there's a lot of explanations in why that may be happening when a person embraces self-embraces, or somebody could embrace them as well, but this is like a self-embrace method. There are other methods as well that are used popularly as well in kind of trauma therapy. One is usually like this, and sometimes they do it like that, and sometimes the other hand on the gut, but often just like that as well. But these things are and you can find a lot as well if people can research them. Nowadays you can find loads on YouTube as well. But cool, guys, moving on. Before I forget the poem I had for today. Right. I thought, I read this poem this week and I thought, you know what? Let's share this. Allah. This is by Jigar Moradabadi. Sahib. All right. So, who was a legend in Urdu poetry. He was a student of Dag Dehlawi, one of our favorites. And Jigar is one of our, I have to say, favorites as well. Jigar means, in a way, it means liver, it means dear, like somebody so dear and loved by you that they are your jigar, that they are your life, like that. So, as though they are your dear life. But that's his kind of tag name, his nickname. In Urdu, they call it takhallus. So he says, Tabiyat in dinon begana gham hoti jati hai. Allah says, my temperament these days begana gham hoti jati. It seems to become, it seems to have become unaware or disinterested in depression and melancholy. Begana is to be like disinterested, unaware, indifferent to. मेरे हिस्से की गोया हर खुशी कम होती जाती. He says, so it's as though every piece of happiness in my life is diminishing. See that turn, that people treat depression and melancholy as like utter traumatic negatives, but they're treating them as a prize. That he's saying, Tabiyat in dino, that my nature, my temperament these days, begana e gham hoti jati hai. It seems to be less interested in melancholy and depression. Like it's not so consumed by depression. Mere hisse ki goya har khushi kam hoti jati. That it seems every happiness is being taken away from me, even depression. क़यामत क्या है ए हुस्न दो आलम होती जाती है कि महफिल तो वही है दिलकशी कम होती जाती है. He says, what is the resurrection, qiyamah? ए हुस्न दो आलम होती जाती है. That isn't like he's addressing the person of beauty. That isn't it just this speaking of both worlds. And this is the point he's trying to bring the attention to. Ke mehfil to wahi hai. That the gathering is the same. That we're in the same gathering. It's the same company. Dilkashi kam hoti jati hai. But the effect on the hearts that it had seems to be diminishing. Wahi hai shahid o saki magar dil bujhta jata hai. That it is the same witness, the same barman, the person who pours the drinks, as in it is the same people. Look, the same person, the same drink, the same. He's trying to say things are still there. I'm still having my drink. The saqi, which is the person, the barman, he's the same. Wohi hai shama, the candle is the same. Lekin roshni kam hoti jati. The candle is the same. The light, however, seems to be diminishing. Allah, वही है जिंदगी लेकिन जिगर ये हाल है अपना कि जैसे जिंदगी से जिंदगी कम होती जाती. Wow. He says that life is the same, Jigar, but such are now our circumstances. It is as though life is diminishing from life itself. Allah. That tabiyat in dinon begana-e gham hoti jati hai. Mere hisse ki goya har khushi kam hoti jati hai. Qiyamat kya ye e husne do alam hoti jati hai. Ke mehfil to wahi hai, dilkashi kam hoti jati hai. वही है शाहिद व साकी मगर दिल बुझता जाता है. वही है शमा लेकिन रोशनी कम होती जाती है. वही है जिंदगी लेकिन जिगर ये हाल है अपना कि जैसे जिंदगी से जिंदगी कम होती जाती है. Wow. I read that this week. I saw it. I was doing something and I thought, you know what? I've gotta share that with you guys. So, what is going on? Talking of effect on the heart reminds me of Surah 57:27. God placed in the hearts, follow Jesus, compassion and mercy. True. I mean, if one can truly say that the message of Jesus, Isa alayhi salam, has been kind of crystallized, if in simple words it would be in sacrifice and love. That seems to be the kind of words that symbolize Jesus Christ alayhi salam. So yeah, right, moving on to today's story. All right, you know what, let's begin with a story of, let me bring this up, Khayruzan, people. Allah. Khayruzan, bint Ata. This is a story of tragedy, ruins, glamour, glory, love, and betrayal. Allah, Allah. Wow. Let me introduce you to a personality of the past. Khayruzan. A girl who finds her life thrown into peril and then rises to unfathomable strength and power, and then has to grapple with her own demons and bequeaths behind a legacy, I guess, and a story for those who come after. Allah. وَإِنَّ فِي ذَلِكَ لَعِبْرَةً لِأُولِي الْأَبْصَارِ. There is an ibrah for people of insight. Khayruzan. Her origins seem to be somewhat clouded in mystery. Some people feel that she may have been of Persian origin. Others feel she may have been a Berber from northwest Africa. Others feel maybe from Yemen. Nevertheless, she is somebody who is in the early era of Islam. So, and this ties in with the story we were looking at last week when we looked at, we covered the end of the Umayyad dynasty and the rise of Banu al-Abbas. And we looked at personalities like Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, and we looked at Marwan ibn Muhammad or Marwan al-Himar, and we spoke a bit about him, and we looked at others as well last week. But you will see some kind of overlap and connect with this story. So Khayruzan, she's a young girl, incredibly pretty and charming, very confident, talented, has the gift of the gab. She, according to different versions of the stories, in whether she comes from Northwest Africa or South Arabia or the Middle East, but she finds herself at a young age, just as a teenager, getting kidnapped. And as you can imagine, her world closes before her. She's kidnapped and sold off into slavery. It is the era we're looking at is just past the kind of 100s. It's gone into maybe it's something like the early 120s, or maybe it's 130, but it's that kind of era at the time where it is still the era of the Tabi'in. And Bani Umayyah has been kind of shaken, and they have come to their demise. And we covered that in the previous session. And Bani al-Abbas have taken over. So they've taken over and they're in control. And you had people like Abul Abbas al-Safam, we've spoken about him, who's in charge. Khayruzan, coming back to her, she is going through one of the worst tragedies that could befall anyone. She's kidnapped, sold off into the markets, finds herself a slave, being sold into some remote foreign land. Now, because of her kind of enchanting beauty and apparent skills of language and expression, because she seemed to have the gift of the gab and very articulate. So the person who kind of ends up with her thinks that maybe this, she seems to be very precious as a let's say, I'm sure I could get a lot of money for a slave like this. And in this time, the Abbasids have already taken over. They've taken over, and they've kind of established themselves. And you've had Abu Abbas as-Safa, and then as some years pass, he dies, and you've got we've spoken Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, and we covered that in the previous session. He's in control. So around this time, the person who owns Khayruzan, he brings her to Baghdad, and Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, he brings her to Baghdad and takes her and asks to kind of bring her to the palace, says, look, I've got something that, maybe this may interest the caliph, something phenomenal, gift, special gift, So the people say, well, they say she was incredibly beautiful. They say she was somebody that had, just these features about her, and a very kind of things that they describe about her is that she had a way that was that sometimes some people they can have a pride in their own kind of fashion. So this is how she seemed, like somebody who seems to do her own thing. Like she would do her hair in her own kind of style, do her, not necessarily, so kind of almost stands out, but not that she's doing it to stand, she's just being herself, an originality to her. And they say that she was brown skinned and very kind of had this kind of glow to her, and very articulate, and had this kind of mystique about her. So anyway, they bring her to the palace and say, so the owner says, look, I know I could offer it to the caliph and maybe I'll get something. So he takes her there. Abu Ja'far al-Mansur kind of sees her and thinks, well, life of kings, huh? the kind of work they have to do. They have to decide, shall we admit this slave girl or not? So anyway, he says, yaar, chalo yaar, why not? Huh? Why not? So he kind of he presses the like button. They go thumbs up or thumbs down. He goes, yeah, lucky you caught me on a good mood. So he kind of goes thumbs up and thumbs up. So Khayruzan is admitted into the royal palace. The person gets a handsome payout. He's gone. What's fascinating is in the royal palace, because she seems to be somebody that doesn't need other people's validation. And a lot of authors write this about her, that she seems to do her own thing. Like I mentioned, they may seem small, these things, like, you do your own kind of hairstyle. She had her own style of walking, her own kind of a style to the dress, the way she carried herself. Now, these things may seem small, but in a world and a day and age where people don't really carry that much originality, these things stand out. So here she is. She's in the royal palace and she's with the rest of the kind of slaves, and she does stuff. And here she catches the attention of the prince, man, the prince. She catches the attention of the Prince al-Mahdi, who is Abu Ja'far al-Mansur's son. So he has a bunch of sons, but she catches his attention. Al-Mahdi. Mahdi, not Al-Mahdi, but this is a Mahdi of his own, the rightly guided. So his heart gets rightly guided to her, Khayruzan. So no sooner does he see her that he is smitten low. Low. He becomes infatuated by her. And you got to remember that, for princes and for kings and people they used to always, people kind of never having to win over someone, I guess, because people are always dying to throw themselves at these people. But Khayruzan seems to have this kind of self, I don't know, this kind of this high level of self-worth that she doesn't do that. She obviously catches his attention. Right. So she catches his attention, but it's, she's not like throwing herself at him. So it's like a hard to get. so now there's this kind of, push and pull going on in the royal palace. Mahdi, and the more you have to strive to get something, the more besotted and passionate you become about it. Mahdi, before he knows it, is head over heels, madly in love with Khayruzan. And some time goes by, that Khayruzan, he asks Abu Ja'far al-Mansur if he can just have her. Can this one just be mine, man? This one, too good, So Abu Mansur is like cool with it. So he frees her. She's a slave. He gives her freedom. She's a freed slave. And he marries her. Like, this is already like a, what on earth is this guy doing? He marries her. And when he marries her, he's already married to, he's got like another wife or two already, but he marries Khayruzan. And he's like, so this becomes a known thing. He's so besotted by her. And people can notice this in the royal courtyard as well. Before you know it, what happens is Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, his time has come. And like every insan, kullu nafsin dha'iqatul maut. So a time comes where he passes, and the next in line is who? It is going to be Al-Mahdi. So Al-Mahdi becomes king, he becomes caliph, and he's got a few wives. Remember, he's not just, there's a bunch of them, including the daughter of Safah. That was his wife as well, which I'd introduced Safah before. So that's like his, it's like his kind of uncle. So he's got other people who are from the Abbasid household. They are actual Arab Abbasid women. But Khayruzan is so dear to him that he makes her what would be the equivalent of the first lady, the main queen. So the kind of head queen of the palace is always just one, and the others are like the caliph's wives. So he makes Khayruzan his queen. No sooner does she become queen that she starts to wield command in the royal palace. And you have to remember that the caliph, who's Mahdi, he has to go out on expeditions. He has to, for example, go off to that city and he won't come back till 6 months, and go off to this city and he won't be back till 2 months, and go off on a military expedition. And so Khayruzan is very outspoken. She's in the palace. When he's gone, she's wielding command. She's telling people, she's telling the wuzara, I need this done. You better get this done. You better get that. And because how close she was to the Mahdi, to the caliph, people were just obeying her commands. And before you know it, she's got this pattern in place that now people, first they're doing it because she's, if they don't listen to her, they're worried they're going to get in trouble. But now she's assumed that authority. So she's kind of got the control. Okay, so she'll tell people, I want this done, I want that done. Can you get this? Can you get that? So amidst all of this, what she does is she also ensures she has some kids. They've already had some kids. She is the mother of the famous Harun al-Rashid. who the caliph from the 1001 Nights. Harun al-Rashid has an older brother called Musa al-Hadi, or he's just known as al-Hadi often. She ensures that her children, because remember the caliph has children from other wives as well, and some of them predate her being the queen. So she ensures that her children, their names, so Harun al-Rashid and older than him is Musa al-Hadi, these two are next as heirs to the throne. So she kind of has this in line. And one day she says to Mahdi, when he's kind of doing something, look, we should make this official that these two, like, people should know that they're going to be caliph. And I want, it shouldn't just be like a putative, but people should kind of really, some kind of formal recognition to it. So you can imagine this is really infuriating the other wives as well, because they've got kids who want their kids to be next in line. And Mahdi as well starts at some point to get a bit irritated by her control. She's like, this one too much control freak, man. It's like there's control, but she's like, wait, she might as well be the caliph. She's running the show more than he is. And so they say that on some occasions, they say that Mahdi started to kind of get a bit, like he started to feel a bit claustrophobic as well. Because you got to remember, now it's been years. The love has obviously worn off. He's like, oh, yeah. He's like, so Khayruzan, some people say that maybe he even was considering to, relegate her to a lower kind of ranking or something. But I guess it's fate, huh? Allah. Life, vicissitudes of life. هي المقادير فلمها أو فذر إن كنت أخطأت فما أخطأ القدر. Allah. He says it is destiny. لمها أو فذر. هي المقادير لمها أو فذر. Blame it or don't, love it or loathe it. It is destiny. إن كنت أخطأت فما أخطأ القدر. Even if you get it wrong, destiny will still get it right. Or fate will still get it right. And what happened, some people say that he was about to rein in the control of Khayruzan and maybe even relegate her and bring forward a different wife as the queen, but he dies. So Mahdi has a reasonably early death, and some people have raised some question marks around his death, and they've even speculated, did Khayruzan have something to do with it, and why? And that's because what's yet to come. Samjha karo, picture abhi baki hai. So this is the kind of intro. You're seeing the rise of Khayruzan. Now Khayruzan is before you fully fledged in all her splendor, because the husband is now dead. And when the husband is dead, the caliph is who now? It is Al-Hadi. And Hadi is Puttarji. He's the son. And unlike the husband, the mother will always have a much greater grip on the son. So maybe on the husband, she had some control. But on the son, she's got it on lock. First thing she does is she makes sure everybody gives their bay'ah to Hadi. And any people that were any kind of potential dissidents, she had them crushed. Very brutal. Then when Hadi's in control, because now you have to remember she's the mother, she's not the wife. She's like the queen mother, if you like. So she was very clear that Hadi would sometimes come to do something and she would say that, wait a minute, just be quiet for a moment. And she would dictate the terms. And Hadi found this very offensive, obviously, as you can imagine. He's a grown man, a young man, but he's still he's the caliph, but this is his mom. And you have to remember she's been a dominant personality ever since. Even with her husband, she was a dominant kind of personality. But I suppose the husband still was the husband, and now this is the son. So that's his mom. And obviously Hadi, the son, had his kind of imperial duties. He did stuff. He would have to go as the caliph. He'd have to get things sorted. He'd have to kind of do all of that. But what happens on a few occasions, Khayruzan overrules him and oversteps. So he on an occasion even says to her that, look, he says that women shouldn't interfere in the affairs of men. Cha, she goes, cha, women, men. She says, Putar, you sit back down, you this one, child, baby. She says to him that she clearly has zero regard for any kind of prohibitions, because at the end of the day, she was in control way before him. And you have to remember that all the senior guards, the senior ministers, have been subservient to her for years. Because right from when she first married Mahdi, and Mahdi became caliph, she would, from that time years ago, be dictating that do this, do this, do this. And when the caliph would be away, she would be telling them. People have grown old to that. They are accustomed to it. So, and Hadi to them is this young new caliph, but he's like, old habits die hard. So, and he doesn't want to as well be, it's difficult because he as well doesn't know, well, what do I do? Because I can't exactly just, say, mother. I can't exactly do that. So this kind of, what happens is a bit of a tit for tat kind of scenario starts. You can feel some tension occasionally that's rising, and Khayruzan clearly has her way. So at some point, Khayruzan clearly disregards the caliph and instructs something whilst he's away. She says, it doesn't matter. I'm telling you, you do it this way. He finds out and he's had enough. So Hadi is so fed up with her that he comes to her and he gets into this altercation and he doesn't know what to do. So some people say somebody gave him an idea. Some people say he thought of it himself. He thought, you know what? Yeah, there's only one way. He thought to give a send-off to my old mother. And that is, I might as well lay her to rest now. That Mataji, you've done enough work. You might as well, kullu nafsin dha'iqatul maut. Every soul has to taste death. Aap bhi zara chak lijiye. You might as well taste it as well. So what he does is he has this special dish made for her and he puts poison in it. See how the hearts turn. Allahu Akbar. So what happens is he feeds her this dish, has this special dessert dish created. But Khayruzan bhi Khayruzan hai. She's like, Putar, baap baap hota hai. But she's, in this case, chalo ma hoti hai. Huh? She, when he gives her the dish, she thinks, acha, Nikki, sudden compassion for your mother, huh? Sudden compassion. Where this goodness coming from? So she goes, Putar, dal mein kuch kala lag raha hai. It looks like something's up. So she feeds it to her dog. Bechara dog dies. The dog- so the dog's dead. So dog dies. She turns up to to see her son. Son looks at her and says, he says, did you have the food? She says, yeah, it was really tasty. So, and he makes a comment like, well, clearly not tasty enough, huh? And he makes this kind of comment that she as well knows that, okay, so it's got onto this. So, cha, the gloves are off. It's like that, like this now, huh? So, what happens is she now tells Harun al-Rashid, the other son, who's a few years younger than Hadi. She tells him that, look, can you believe he tried to poison me? Now, obviously, you have to remember people are all confused, the brother's loyalties as well, because he can see that the mother does have this kind of overstepping personality, but on the same hand, he's thinking, what the hell, did he poison our mom? But then he's thinking, did somebody else put the poison in there? I don't like what's going on. So Hadi can see that Harun al-Rashid and the mom are seen quite close these days. And he thinks to himself, you know what? I can't. He thinks Harun al-Rashid is, you know what? He is my brother. Bhai to hai yaar, he's my brother. But don't you think the waswasa, power. They say power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Huh? So he thinks, after me, after the elder brother, it's meant to be the other brother, Harun al-Rashid, who's next in line. He thinks that what if I change it to make it my son? So he has children. They all have children. He has children. His son, I think his name was Ja'far. He thinks, what if I change it? Because I'm right now in charge. If I change it and put my son in charge next as the heir, as opposed to my brother. Now, now he hasn't changed it yet. But this news, because he discusses it with someone, because he thinks, do you think I could pull it off? Now, as they say, the walls have ears, huh? So this news starts to travel. People say Harun al-Rashid hears of it as well. And Khayruzan hears about it. She realizes, look, the dad, as in her son, Hadi, he clearly doesn't like her, Khayruzan. His son is definitely going to hate her because he's a step removed. This is her own son tried to poison her. So, what do you think about the grandson? So, he's definitely going to have zero regard and he's going to strip her of all her powers, as Hadi has been trying. So, Hadi, at one point as well, he has this palace made somewhere and he tries to relocate the mother, Khayruzan. He says, look, why don't you go there and have an easy life and chill? And she's thinking, Putar, it's okay, man. I'm going to own my own story. Don't worry about it. So this is going on. What happens whilst all of this is taking place? Al-Hadi falls ill. So he gets some kind of a fever. and he has to he's bedridden for a good few days, and that's common, like to get some kind of a fever. And so, but in his weakness, because he's bedridden, Khayruzan seizes the opportunity, dare I say. And according to many historians, what she does is she bribes or gets on her side several of the concubines that are Hadis, the caliph's concubines, but she gets them on board. And that night, she says that as you give him medicine tonight and you kind of lull him to sleep and he falls asleep, I want you to smother him till death. And that's exactly what they do. And Ibn Khaldun describes it in his writing as she tells them to sit on his face. I mean, a bit of an imaginative imagination right there that Ibn Khaldun is writing away with. But they smother the Bechara till death, and he's found dead in his bed in the morning. And that leads on to the rise of Harun al-Rashid as the next caliph. And within a few years, Khayruzan has her natural death. I mean, lives a relatively long life, but she has a natural death and dies naturally. This story, what it leaves in its trail is a figure, a woman who comes out of nowhere in Islamic history, in a time where caliphs were powerful still. You see, this is early Islamic history. This is not like after the 200s, the caliphs start to just be people by name. This is still early Islam, when the Tabi'een are alive, when Imam Abu Hanifa is alive, when Imam Malik is alive. This is that kind of time. Caliphs are still powerful. She rises out of the blue as a slave, rises in the ranks in the palace, influences people with her sense of fashion, has women folk copying her hairstyles, captivates the heart of the prince, not only is freed and makes him marry her, but makes him select her as the queen to the caliph, and nominate her children as the heir. She then goes on to dominate whilst the caliph reigns, and after his death eclipses the caliphate of her son Al-Hadi, to the extent that when her dominion is jeopardized and questioned, she kills her own blood to keep control of the power she once had. Allahu Akbar. What a figure. Wow. Such, honestly, just unbelievable. So many, awe-striking, power-striking kind of ingredients brought together in a single element in Khayruzan. And they say about her, by the way, she was very learned. She was a student of Imam Awza'i. She would learn from Imam Awza'i. She learned from Sufyan al-Thawri. These are contemporaries of people like Imam Abu Hanifa. This is who she was. She was actually very intelligent, wasn't just someone that was very articulate. It's narrated that on one occasion, her husband was going to marry again. So he already had other wives, but then he had her. Then there was the love story, love, and for a while he was derailed from right. So she was at one stage he was going to marry again, and she says to him, "It's not halal for you to take another wife." And he says, "Yeah, not halal. Allah says, "Fankihu," you know, "Ma taba lakum min an-Nisa mathna wa thulatha wa ruba'." And he says, "I've got three." I think he had three. He says, "I could take a fourth." So she says that she says no. She says, "Bring a scholar and I'll prove it to you." So he actually brings Sufyan Thawri, and she speaks to Sufyan Thawri. Now, I don't know whether it was her personality that weighed in on Sufyan Thawri, or Sufyan Thawri just happened to side with her. But in that sitting, he sides with her. And he tells the Caliph reads that verse to him, Sufyan Thawri, that Allah says in the Quran, فَانْكِحُوا مَا طَابَ لَكُم مِّنَ النِّسَاءِ مَثْنَى وَثُلَاثَ وَرُبَاعَ, that marry 2, 3 in twos, threes, or fours. And then Sufyan Thawri says to him, "But finish the ayah, complete it." And then he completes it because the rest of the verse says, فَإِنْ خِفْتُمْ أَلَّا تَعْدِلُوا, but if you fear that you won't do justice, فَوَاحِدًا, then just one. And Sufyan Thawri says to the Caliph, Mahdi, that you won't be able to do justice. So just the one. So it's interesting that how she has such influence. And I'll tell you, those of you that remember from last week, we spoke of Marwan al-Himar. Now, there's an incident in Khayruzan's life when she is in the palace one day and she's in full control, things are in full swing, that somebody comes to her and says, "There's a woman at the door, like at the royal court, and she wishes to speak to you." And they say, "Who is she?" And they say, "Well, she seems to be in very disheveled kind of attire and clothing, like absolutely disheveled, but she seems like she's incredibly beautiful and she seems incredibly eloquent. So she seems to be someone who maybe is of some stature, but apparently she looks like as though she's some homeless woman, but she's very eloquent." So Khayruzan says, "Call her in." So she comes in, and they describe that she is this really pretty, beautiful lady standing there, that she speaks to them and she says that, "I've come to you asking you for some help." And they say, "Well, what's your story?" And she says that, "I am Musna." Her name is Musna. And they say, who's that? Who are you? She says, "I'm the wife of Marwan ibn Muhammad, like Marwan al-Ja'di al-Himar." She says, "And the caliph of the Bani Umayyah." And those of you that remember that story that I mentioned about Abu Muslim al-Khurasani and that whole battle and the Abbasid taking over. And she says that, we were in great opulence and great prosperity, and then tragedy befell us. And I'm now in this disheveled state. And I stand here before you at your mercy. So when she says this, there's other people present, and there's this lady Zainab, who is the niece of Ibrahim al-Imam, which we also spoke of last time, who appoints Abu Muslim al-Khurasani, and he's in the Bani Umayyah prison, and he dies in the prison. He's one of the founding fathers of the Abbasid movement. So Zainab speaks up and she says to her, "Well, may Allah ruin you further." And everybody looks at her like, "Whoa, what's wrong with you?" And she says that, "Don't you remember that I came to you many years ago. She goes, not many, but several years back, I came to you in your palace asking you to release the corpse of my uncle, Ibrahim al-Imam, and you had me removed from your palace. Do you not remember that? And Muzna says, Muzna, she says that we are today, as in herself, we are today where we are because of how we behaved. She says, don't bring the same consequences upon Khayruzan. Like, you came to me and I wronged you, and I'm meeting my consequence today. Don't be in the same position where you do that to yourself. And they say Khayruzan said that she's right, and she called her in and she said that don't worry, and she kind of sent her with some of the slave girl and said that, look, take care of her. So they say later that day, some people say it was the husband, Mahdi, was still alive at that point. He came home, or he comes to the palace, and he sees Khayruzan like kind of in a very, in deep thought. And he asks someone, hey, what's up with her? And what happened today? And they say, well, Muzna came. And he says, who's Muzna? And they say, the wife of Marwan al-Himar. And he says, okay. And he says, what happened? And they tell him the story, that she came and she said these things, that, she said, I was, she says, I, was in this prosperity, and I was in this palace before, and we will live in it, and so on and so forth, and look at me today, and all of these things, and I'm at your mercy. And she was very eloquent, and she was incredibly remorseful. So he says, okay. And he says, and what did they do? And so the slaves tell him that, well, Khayruzan took her in. So he says, okay. And he says, where is she staying? And they say she's staying in this with this servant in this court or whatever. So he has that servant brought, and he asks him, he says, how is she? And the servant says, she's fine. He says, did she say anything? Have you heard her muttering, speaking? He says, she's just mainly in that room. He says, I was listening outside, and I heard her reciting a verse of the Quran. And he says, what verse? He says, I heard her reciting, وَضَرَبَ اللَّهُ مَثَلًا قَرْيَةً كَانَتْ آمِنَةً مُطْمَئِنَّةً يَأْتِيهَا رِزْقُهَا رَغَدًا مِنْ كُلِّ مَكَانٍ. That she was reciting that Allah gives the example of a settlement who's are safe in prosperity and bliss, and their rizq comes to them from every corner. فكفرت بأنعم الله فأذاق الله لباس الجوع والخوف بما كانوا يصنعون. That they were ungrateful, and then Allah allowed them to face their consequences. They say this hit Mahdi so much that he called Muzna, and he said to her that, he said, if it wasn't for the fact that I don't want your people to ever have a say in this affair, as in this kingship of ours, he said, I would have married you today. Just for that. He says, but what I will tell you, he says, is that you will forever can stay in the palace amongst us as a member of our family. Like, you can live here amongst, he says, my sisters, my wives, my women. He says, you will as long as you live, you can live here. And she did. Musna remained in the Abbasid in their palace till she died. These, just so, you learn about these incidents and these characters, they come to life. Just their kind of tragedies, their encounters, their successes, the glory, the love, the betrayal, the Islamic element to it. It all just really springs alive in front of you. This is why I love sharing these stories with you guys, because it's something which, it's important. It really brings, it's more than just a story. It connects to a heritage. And this is why I really encourage you all to learn. I hope that's been of some benefit. We'll move on, inshallah. All right. So, somebody said, is that Khayruzan, mother of Harun al-Rashid? It is. That is her, Khayruzan. All right. A woman of quite some mystery. Right, what's this question? Abdul Rehman al-Nasir. See, that's an interesting personality. Not the questioner, but the name is he is the third Abdul Rahman of the Spanish Bani Umayyah, the most powerful Muslim ruler and the most powerful ruler in his time in the world. He declared the Qurtuba Caliphate, a global caliphate. As in, what that means is, and he said, I'm the number one guy in the world. And people, whether they accepted it or not, but he was the most powerful in his time. Maybe someday we can speak about him, Abdul Rahman al-Nasir, or Abdul Rahman III. Mufti, are men and women able to love their spouses unconditionally? What an interesting question. Can people love unconditionally? I think love is always predicated on some kind of conditional response. I feel that so there may be it may be that somebody is besotted and therefore at that stage they feel it's unconditional. But that's because at that stage it may be one way. But I feel if there's an engagement, so there's a two-way kind of relationship, there will always be some conditions, albeit even if they're unpronounced, undeclared, and in the kind of unconscious substrate. So they may not even be expressed or so. For example, let's just say at a very simple level, somebody just being rude and being absurdly rude, somebody being just vindictive and being cruel, being vicious, being betrayal, or just like, if even let's just take the first one we began with, just being rude. If you, let's say, a person loved someone and they were just very rude to them, like, I mean, just rude, that they just don't refuse to show any respect or dignified, how long do you think that would go on? I don't think it would go on very long. I think I don't think most people would tolerate, I don't think any normal people would tolerate disrespect for any substantial period. So that's a very simple uh, predicate, just respect. It's not. So now you can imagine all these other undeclared conditions that are there, but these things are usually always going to be there, because if there is a relationship, it's always going to be a dynamism and a kind of feedback loop. So where a person is, let's say, directing love, and the other person is the recipient of love, it will be acting on them, and they will be reacting with love or kindness or etiquette or politeness or respect or dignity, or these things will naturally be happening. That's how human interaction works. It's not. But if a person didn't, for example, like somebody loves you and you just outright rude and insulting to them, and I can't imagine the other person putting up with it. So, or I can't imagine them willfully putting up with it. Let's put it like that. Yeah. A super chat, Mr. Super Chat. How did reason lead you to choose Islam over atheism? Ibn Tashfin. Shukran, much love for the super chat. How did reason lead you to choose Islam over atheism? Well, you see, there's many. Right, sorry, I was just reading another. Right, so naughty, a few other comments. Yeah, so, well, there's a bunch of things to really say about that. See, well, atheism is a bit of a, I don't know, I think it's a bit of a hard sell. In the sense, depends on how it's being sold and who it's being sold to. So to me now, because this question is being directed to me, so I can only answer from my perspective. The world is incredibly profound. Existence, or being with a capital B, is incredibly profound, and the kind of the path to the transcendent, for me, is clearly directed by consciousness. So consciousness is, I mean, it's just a wrecking ball for conceptually for atheism. Like atheism, the concept of there being no divine transcendent being is, for me, very weak in light of consciousness. That is the most powerful argument. It beats the teleological, beats the cosmological, beats the ontological. It beats, for me, consciousness is the most profound kind of marker which points to the transcendent. So, okay, so that said, then next there is the concept of the intelligibility of being with a capital B. This intelligibility of being itself, that being, that anything is intelligible. This is like, whoa, it cannot, to me, that juxtaposed with the random coherence of everything, it obliterates every single time. It wins, hands down every single time. So it does, like, I can't, you see, so the random coherence of matter and therefore, by extension, coherence of meaning. So meaning is simply just randomized synchronization. It's nothing. Like, meaning is nothing. It is just arbitrary, randomized cohesion of whatever it is. That is meaning. That could never be meaning. Meaning is much more powerful than that. And the fact that meaning with a capital M, this is like, how can that be arbitrary, randomized cohesion of phenomenon translate to coherent, meaning with such power that we begin to fathom the cosmos? Those two can't translate. So, yeah, I mean, I get it that people can say that. Like, I get it that people can act as if they don't believe in a God, or they can pretend to act as if they don't believe in a God. I believe everybody believes kind of in a God. So they may not call it God. They may kind of defer it to a value of some kind, but whatever it is, what's at the apex of this hierarchical structure, whatever it is. So, but they all believe in it, and it is greater than them, and it is not arbitrary. You see, so it's impossible. Honestly, I feel that, yeah. Take life itself. You take life. Does it have a sanctity? Would you say yes? Why does it have a sanctity? Why? Say, well, it's precious. Why is it precious? Say, well, why? Like, what makes life precious? You say, well, because we're incredibly unique. Says who? Say, we're unique from our perspective. Our perspective is arbitrary. Are we unique from the tardigrades' perspective? Tardigrades have survived, much more substantially than we have. They can even survive in space. So what makes human, just taking life itself, especially human life, why is it special? There's nothing special about it if it's just arbitrary. I think there would be somewhat of a consensus amongst people that they cannot deny the sanctity of human life. But why can't they deny it? And just to give it some utilitarian value is not the truth. To say, well, because human beings can do things like make schools or make countries, and so what? What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. Who says human beings are precious? So when we say, well, that's exactly my point, defeats the point. It's arbitrary. It's arbitrary. It doesn't mean anything. So, but then that defies the reality in which we live. The reality in which we live, we seem to intuitively know that that is wrong, because human life is valuable. But why is it valuable? You say, but we just seem to know it. Because, you see, now this is it. Now you start to go deeper within, and there are values that transcend. Those values you can't, even if you can't prove them, even if you can't entirely rationalize them, but you, or accurately rationalize them, you know them to be true, whatever that means. And it's not a empiricist's claim. It's not, it seems to be an intuitive claim. But it is for a hierarchical value that is above just randomization or above these things. And it's inexplicable in and of itself. You can't explain it. You see, it's so everybody fundamentally obeys the sacred, but they just disagree between themselves on what that sacred is. I don't mean on all of them. They would all agree pretty much on human life, but between them, what else can they parameterize with that sacred? They disagree. So, but that doesn't, there's the elephant in the room, though. Why is anything sacred? So yeah, I hope that helps. Sajad's true love never dies. Wah. That's the one. I like it. I like it, man. I'll give you the link. You need to look at, I don't know what. Share the links. Yep, sure. Everybody will know what your Mufti. Right, what is going on? To Furnas, I support taking. What are we even talking about? Yeah. I don't know what people are talking about. Right, guys. So, what are we? That was a good question, though. I do agree. I do feel that celebrity atheism is, the sun is setting on celebrity atheism, and there is a kind of spiritual renaissance that is underway. It's been underway for a little while now, but definitely maybe the last one, at least over a decade, 1 to 2 decades. People could say maybe it started 3 decades ago, but definitely, it seems to have be rising in the last decade. This kind of spiritual, and by spiritual, I mean especially to do with consciousness. And this is because consciousness is the ruh. And this is it is what is going to seriously guide people back to God. It always was. It's interesting in many ways when Allah says, and He breathed the ruh into Adam. Allah says we breathe his ruh into Adam. People, obviously, it's figure of speech, but it will always go back to God. Inna lillahi, that we to Him, wa ilayhi, and onto Him, raji'un. Inna ilayhi raji'un. So it will always guide people back to God, the path of consciousness. It's just that people sometimes, organized and institutionalized religion has been a problem. It's been a problem for, many parts of the world. And this is why people don't want to be associated with it, because it's just because of a lot of the tyranny and because you have to understand power. Like the story of Khayruzan, for example, we're speaking of these caliphs. These are examples of power, at the hands of Muslim caliphs, as an example. And you would have much worse examples at the hand of several popes and kings, and especially in Christendom and Europe. So wherever there is power and there is religion, it always makes a toxic mix, because really the realm of God should not be associated with politics. Yeah. Mufti Juma Khan. Mufti was Ibn Abi Zayd al-Qayrawani, Athari, aqidah. No. Right. So Ibn Abi Zayd al-Qayrawani was not Athari al-Aqidah. So Athari al-Aqidah means, so what the, well, basically, it depends how people are looking at it. So what you have is, there is a discussion that, do we anthropomorphize God? Even like, not, I don't mean this disrespectfully, but do we, let's say, in a dignified sense, anthropomorphize God? Or should we, is the question. That in a dignified, I don't mean in a disrespectful sense, should we picture God or liken God onto us, as in consider in the Christian sense how God made man onto his own image. So there is this understanding that God is like a man. This is, hence you see the famous, the Sistine Chapel and the famous drawings that God made man onto his own image, the Christian teaching. Now, this is then inherited by many, not many, by some Muslims. They inherited this belief. So, but they, like many things, they inherited it, but then they kind of owned it by fashioning it their own way. So they then said that, look, we're not going to, so they owned it, but they put several disclaimers on it. Like they said, look, we're not, so God, we're going to own the concept, but we're not going to be as brazen about it. So we're not going to say, well, God has a body like ours. We're not going to say his limbs are like our limbs. In fact, we'll just say we have no idea what God's parts, his body parts or his limbs look like. Then they went to the extent to say, well, we're not going to say he has limbs, but we'll just name the limbs. So we won't say he has limbs, we'll just say he has hands, he has a foot, he has a leg, he has, but we won't use the word limbs. So this is what the discussion kind of folds out as. And then you have the parallel Muslim theologians who are the majority of the Muslims. People may use the name Ash'aris, they may use the name Maturidis, but mainly who went on to become the majority of the Muslims, who said that we don't say any of that. We don't say God has body parts. We don't say God has hands and a foot and fingers and things like this. We don't say this. And wherever, so then the question has come, but what about where these wordings have appeared in certain texts? Like, let's say there's a verse of the Quran that says the hand of God is over your hands. Or if it says something like God is saying, oh, like I have you in my eye, like I see you with my eyes or something. It doesn't say, but where it says to Moses, "Innaka bi'ayunina," you are in our eyes, and where it mentions that I created, this creation is with my own two hands, or where God says he will wrap up the heavens in his hands. What does this mean then? So this is the debate really in a nutshell. This is what it is. So the latter group who said that no, God does not, we don't anthropomorphize, and we don't even half quasi anthropomorphize, as in we don't affirm, we don't say these things like God has a foot and a hand, and we don't do that. These things in the Quran are expressions, like language. Like in English, we say to catch a bus. We don't literally catch it. This is an expression. So in Arabic, when you say things like life and death are in the hands of God, you're not trying to say God has a hand. You're just trying to say God has control over life and death. So that group went that way, which most ulama in Islam kind of went that way. That pretty much, that's how, and that seems to make sense. That seems to make sense really to most people. The first group, which were mainly the Hanbalis, that's why this was traditionally known as Hanbali Aqidah, or today known as Salafi Aqidah, or people call it Wahhabi Aqidah as well. So this Aqidah that God has literally, traditionally it's called Hanbali though. So this Hanbali Aqidah is people that say, no, we will say that God has a foot and he has a hand and he has these things, but we will just say we don't know what the hand looks like. So this is the kind of distinction that you're getting. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, these things are really that's that argument in a nutshell, really. The majority of the Muslims have really always been with the latter group. They don't really say things like God has these things. It's up to people. To be honest, most Muslims would not really believe that God has, although most Muslims that I've ever met won't really believe that they won't say things like, yeah, God has a foot and God has this and God has that. But if somebody wants to believe it, like it is the Salafi Aqidah, it is their belief. I know they find, let's say, the word Wahhabi derogatory. They don't usually call it Wahhabi Aqidah. Other people might call it that, but they will call it it's called Hanbali Aqidah, but they might call it Athari Aqidah. So this is the new name given to Athari Aqidah. Fine, if people want to believe that, it's up to them. If a person says, look, I want to, personally, I would say all of this is still the mainstream of Muslims. This is all still within Sunni Islam. You do have other Muslims as well. So I mentioned this is the large batch, let's say, that don't say that God has eyes and he doesn't have these. They don't say things like that. They just say God is all seeing and all this, and that's it. We don't go, they don't speak like that. But then there is another batch as well, which were more like the philosopher Muslims, people like Ibn Rushd and the great Maliki legend and other people, and they're very similar as well to the main part, except they will go a step further in highlighting, look, none of this, saying this stuff doesn't make sense because it causes problems in other things. You can't say, what's the point of all of this? Like, why are you making? So they kind of just argue it a bit more, because really, what is the point of this argument? Like, what is the point? Because people will say, well, the point is, let's say the first group, the Atharis, they will say that the point is that these things are mentioned in the Quran. So because they mention in the Quran, like God says, his hand, like the day, like he created with his own hands. So because Allah has used the word hands, therefore we have to believe in them. Fine, if a person wants to believe like that, that's fine. It doesn't, look, it's not, nobody should be trying to control people over what they want to believe. That bulk, the rest of the Muslims usually will say, well, that was a figure of speech. It's like saying, it doesn't mean that God's trying to say he has two hands. He's just saying he created everything with his hands. That's a figure of speech. And that's fine, because everybody agrees that there are verses of the Quran that none of them take literally. So, for example, the verse of God's hand is above their hand on the Bay'atul Ridwan. Nobody takes that literally. The verse that I quoted before, that God says, we breathed our ruh, min ruhina, we breathed our ruh into Adam. Nobody says God has a ruh. The verse that Jesus says to God that, ta'alum ma fi nafsi wa la a'lam ma fi nafsik. You see, you know what is in myself, my nafs, but I don't know what is in your nafs. Nobody believes God has a nafs, even though that's in the Quran. So there are definitely things in the Quran that nobody takes literally, like they accept them as a figure of speech, and then they disagree on the rest. But I would say, look, all of this is within Sunni Islam, all of it. I feel that people, you see, the problem is these people might say all of these are not Sunni, chuck them out of. Some might say chuck them out of Islam. Some might say, okay, leave them in Islam, chuck them out of Sunni Islam, make them deviants. But that's actually the mainstream of Muslims. And then the mainstream of Muslims might say, well, okay, the philosophers, chuck them out. Or they might say, chuck them out of Sunni Islam. Or they will say, well, these people, the Atharis, chuck them out of Islam because they say God has body parts. Or they might say, well, okay, or chuck them out of Sunni Islam. And everybody's just chucking each other out of Islam. And it's appalling. It's embarrassing. So, in all honesty, all of this is really Sunni Islam. Okay. Whether they agree with each other or not, it's all Sunni Islam. So, if somebody wants to believe that, they can believe it. If somebody wants to believe that, they can believe it. It's up to them. If somebody wants to believe what people like Ibn Rushd said, or Ibn Arabi, Muhyiddin said, or other people, they can believe it. These are all Sunni kind of representatives. So, yeah. And as to Ibn Abi Zayd, the issue is, you see, what people are doing is they're trying to claim, like they want to claim people to their gang. Like, I've got more people in my gang from the past. So they will say, look, Ibn Abi Zayd, he does say in his Risala, he has a statement that is, has been problematized by people because it's in his Risala. And that's like a text that's over 1,000 years old. So in there, he writes that Allah is fawq al-arsh, that Allah is above his throne. Bidatihi, and he mentions this. So this has been used by the Athari group, let's say, cohort, to say, well, he's in our group because he used this word that Allah is above, like sitting above his throne. Literal, like as in, so because he's used these words, he must be in our group. And they then claim him because they'll say, look, oh, he's one of us now. But to be honest, he definitely wasn't Hanbali, but he does say that in his Risala text. The other thing is, he, in his other books, like in his Jamia, he says other things which are against Athari. So he will say things like he condemns anybody who says things like in the in his Jamia, there's things about people who say God has certain other things or does such and such. And there's the hadith of, I think, God laughs or something like this. And he's highly condemning all of these and saying, and he's quoting from Imam Malik. So he, in his Jami, he doesn't seem to be Athari. And in his Risala, he does seem to be Athari. So it's, now there's a bit of, well, okay, so where was he? Now people explain. So some people, so the Atharis might say, oh, well, in his Jami, yeah, he's saying that, but maybe he means something else when he's dissing that over there. And these people will say that when he said that, he was just provoking the you see, in his time, you had the Ubaydiyin who were ruling Tunisia and Central North Africa, who were and they say he was writing this to provoke them. So everybody's got a kind of theory on it. It doesn't matter. He himself has long passed away. So I hope that helps. Right. Oh, right. Did I miss a super chat? Mufti in the right. I don't know if I can. Oh, here it is. I found it. I found 1 second. Okay. There it is. I see, sir. Much love for the super chat. Yeah, shukran. Mufti, in the European religious war, Protestant and Catholics butchered each other, and in the Ottoman Persian wars, Sunni and Shia villages were razed. Effects felt to this day in the Middle East. Is the root cause religion? Good question. No, the root cause is not religion. I would say the root cause is probably tribalism and many other political things. It's not religion because you see, you take it down several notches. Like you take it, okay, I tell you what, let's take it to a primate level. Chimpanzees. Okay, so when we reviewed the book, those of you who've watched our book review on the bonobo and the atheist, if you haven't watched it, do watch it. It's an excellent book lounge review we did. So it's amazing. Now you see how chimpanzees live in the tribes and how the primates fight each other, and they're very territorial. Now, there's no religion with primates. They will butcher each other, except bonobos. Bonobos seem to be a really odd. The bonobo, monkey seems to be an odd example. It seems to be all more about love and sex and stuff like that, and just huge orgies always. You put bonobos together, they just within minutes they're all getting on like a house on fire. They first of all just kind of eye each other up, and then they just have this huge orgy, and then they're just fine. But any other primates, nothing like that. Nothing like. And you see, bonobos are matriarchal. Which is very fascinating. So, whereas most primates are always patriarchal. So, bonobos look just like chimpanzees, by the way, but they're a bit slimmer. So, they look like your standard kind of chimpanzee monkey, but they are a bit more nerdier. So, they look like they have like narrower, longer faces, skinnier bodies. They're not as. Chimpanzees are actually quite chiseled and muscled up when you see them. They're not as chiseled. So they're kind of just a bit skinnier, and they are a totally different kind of species. They're not they related, but they're genetically different to chimpanzees. So they're very fascinating, and there's been a lot of studies done on them, especially by Dr. Franz de Waal. And you should read some of his books and watch some of his stuff on YouTube. Fascinating. But yeah, so now, chimpanzees, normal chimpanzees or gorillas or things like this that you see, they will, you cannot put these tribes together. They cannot, if they just encounter each other, it's war. It's not like, or maybe as a one-off, they might let someone off, but usually their first reaction is one of hostility. When you look at Europeans discovering North America, or you see Europeans going to Australia, or you see foreigners coming to a new territory, and the first act is often one of war and hostility. That, on many levels, is simply the primate kingdom playing out. It's very predictable. Like if we were aliens and we had to predict human behavior, like let's say we're aliens, so we're looking at Earth and we don't know. So we know that this, let's say, group of humans, cohort, is about to venture its way to this territory. So we have to predict for our homework, what do you think they're going to do? So for our research, for the suggestion and for the background research, we're given primate behavior to investigate, because humans, from aliens perspective, we're very similar to, we are just primates. I mean, we're a different kind of primates, but we're still kind of primates to them. So if aliens looked at us, they would see us as the third chimpanzee, except we seem to wear clothes and we seem to be a bit more talented than chimpanzees. So if you looked at that, so it's, in some ways it's like saying you're looking at cats and lions, and you're kind of seeing that they're different, but or wolves and pit bulls, and they're different, but they're it's the same kind of family. So if they just studied primate behavior and they saw, okay, when chimpanzees come across new chimpanzees, or when they cross territories, or when the tribe encounters a new tribe, and when they go looking for resources, and when they, with that information, they would make a very fairly accurate prognosis of what is about to happen, and they would be pretty much spot on. So the apple doesn't really fall far from the tree. We're not actually that different, and I think that's the ثم رددناه. This is the asfala safilin. This is insan between his bestial and angel self, the angelic, the better self. But we, more often than not, are more bestial. We're just more animals than we are pure reason and kind of higher consciousness. So yeah, most often we would get the aliens would get it right if they would say, yeah, I think there's going to be devastation. It's like the verse of the Quran that you're going to place in here, تَجْعَلُ فِيهَا مَنْ يَسْفِكُ مَنْ يُفْسِدُ فِيهَا وَيَسْفِكُ الدِّمَاء. You're going to place someone who they're just going to spread blood and do mischief, on the earth, because that it's very predictable. Yeah, right. Okay, guys, I take it right. I actually did want to use the opportunity and share with you guys as well about a companion. And that is Abu Bakr radiallahu an. Let me bring this up. Abu Bakr al-Thaqafy radiallahu an. Sometimes he's confused by people as Abu Bakr, and it's not Abu Bakr, it's Abu Bakra. So you can see in the middle, in the yellow, there's the name is written in Arabic. There's a ta marbuta, this kind of ta, which is making that sound, Abu Bakra. Okay, so it's like there's an AH at the end, Abu Bakra. Al-Thaqafy, meaning from the tribe of Thaqif or of Ta'if. And in the 8th year of Hijri, the Prophet ﷺ went to Ta'if. Ta'if had become hostile, and the Prophet ﷺ and the Muslims go there, and there's this tension, and they lay siege. And later on, there's a truce, but during that time, the Prophet ﷺ does announce that, look, we are not here, we are not the aggressors. We haven't come here because there's been the whole peace of Makkah, truce of Makkah has happened. People laid down the arms. The Prophet there was not, like the companion said, al-yawm yawm malhama, today there's going to be bloodshed. The Prophet condemned him, said it's going to be an act of compassion today. And then after that is Thaqif, the tribe of Thaqif, which were a very powerful military tribe. They were based in Ta'if, and Ta'if is this mountainous, beautiful region that you can see in the top picture there. That's obviously, if you zoom in there, you can see the cars still going on those roads. But and that's actually some remnants of an old fortress in Ta'if. But so Ta'if was a very well fortified mountainous region, and when the Prophet's there, he does announce that, look, it's not like, we would rather have a very peaceful solution to this. So this is where the story of Abu Bakr begins. Okay, he is a young man in the lifetime of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He lives in Ta'if. His actual name is Nufay' al-Thaqafy, from the tribe of Thaqif. And Thaqif, some people may recognize the name when we say Thaqafi, like Hajjaj ibn Yusuf al-Thaqafi, the very famous. We'll have to cover him someday. Wow, what a story, huh, Hajjaj. But also Mukhtar al-Thaqafi, the one who avenges Hussein radiallahu an, and then makes other claims as well. And some people say makes kind of first of all makes claims for the Mahdi, and then some people say he claims himself he was the Mahdi, and so on. But Mukhtar al-Thaqafy is also from Bani Thaqif, and they're very well-known tribe in Islam. And so coming back to Abu Bakr, his name is Nufay', and he was a slave, and he was in Thaqif. There's a disagreement about who his what his nasab is, who his father is, and people have said different things. But his mother is Sumayya, the mother of Zayd ibn Abi, who we have spoken of previously, who is the alleged half-brother of Muawiyah. So those of you that remember, we'd covered previously that Zayd ibn Abi, and we'll cover him in the future, maybe in a segment, that he was a courageous, kind of incredible general and commander of the armies, and he fights alongside Ali ibn Abi Talib radiallahu anh, and then eventually Muawiyah kind of wins him over and says to him, because he knows that he always there was this rumor that he was the son of Abu Sufyan, as in a half brother to Muawiyah from the father. But Muawiyah nobody had acknowledged it before, but then Muawiyah kind of sees the benefits in acknowledging it, because he's an incredible general, incredible, like just an absolute courageous warrior. And so rather than catching him and killing him, like, why not have him on your side? So Muawiyah says that, he has somebody testify that, is this true that he's the son of Abu Sufyan? And then gives him his name. He says that, surname. So they call him Zayd ibn Abi Sufyan. But Zayd ibn Abi, the mother is Sumayya, the same mother of Abu Bakr. And the fathers were just different. She was I think she was a slave and a freed slave as well. So he grows up in Ta'if, obviously sees difficulties in his time as a slave. And then he finds himself as a young man, he finds that Ta'if, that the Muslims have laid siege. So whilst Ta'if are kind of building up resistance, and initially they're kind of refusing to negotiate or even have a truce or anything, and they're not sure what's going to happen, he himself thinks, I don't want to be a part of this. I mean, he'd just seen misery from these Ta'ifi people. And you have to remember, they were a harsh people going back many years before, over a decade previously, the story, or almost a decade previously, the story when the Prophet went there for da'wah, and they, pelted him with stones and really hurt the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the Prophet wasn't doing it, he was just giving da'wah. But this was the nature of the people. They were very kind of a harsh people. So Abu Bakr thinks, I don't want anything to do with this. So what he does is he goes to the Ta'if had a lot of forts, kind of fortresses, and he finds this kind of pulley. And I tried to just get a random picture of one just to give you an idea. There it is, like what is used in welds and things to kind of pull something up, whether it's a bucket or other things. And he finds this pulley and uses the rope to lower himself down whilst the Muslims are standing there. So they're watching this young guy lowering himself down, and he comes running to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the Prophet welcomes him, and the Prophet always had this immense love for him. His name was Nufay', and this is why the pulley in Arabic is called Bakra. So Bakr on its own, without the ta at the end, is referring to a camel, but Bakra means this kind of pulley, and this is why they call him Abu Bakr, because they watched him kind of come down on this pulley, and he runs over to the Muslims, and he comes to the Prophet, and he tells the Prophet, he says, "Ya Rasul," he tells him, he says, I'm a slave. And you see, because the slaves, the problem was they were locked into these laws that they were trapped. And the Prophet ﷺ said, he said, you are free. He said, you are taliqullah. You are the freed person by God, and taliqur rasuli, and by his messenger. And this is why Abu Bakr sometimes has that name, taliqullah, the one who God, the free man of God. It's a wow. And so he's with the Prophet, and then there's these negotiations start and stuff, and they say to the Prophet, they say, we want him back. And they say, we want him Nufaya, and he's a slave. And the Prophet says, it's not going to happen. Allah. He says he's a free man. He's taliq. Taliq means like a free man. And he said, taliqullah. That's a non-negotiable. That's not going to happen. And then they accept the terms, and they kind of come to some other. Obviously, he wasn't a major point of, he was just a slave, but they had this point first that no, we want him back. And the Prophet made it clear that that's not going to happen. And he's somebody who then you see he shadows the Prophet ﷺ around, and there's a very popular hadith. I think I may have put it up on the picture, one of the pictures. Yep, there. That you can see just next to, in the middle, just beneath the Arabic, the yellow Abu Bakr al-Thaqafy. There's a famous hadith that the Prophet ﷺ is in prayer, and people are in prayer, and Abu Bakr comes running. And you have to remember, he's still a young man. He comes running, and he sees that they've already gone into sujood. Allah, check this. They've already gone into sujood. So he goes straight into sujood. So he hasn't joined the line. So let's say the line is the saf is, let's say it's over here, and he's still further back. He just goes into ruku', straight over there, and just joins the prayer. And then he either moves up or stays there, Allahu A'lam. But at the end of the prayer, the Prophet ﷺ says that, he says, إِذَا أُقِيمَتِ الصَّلَاةِ, that if the salah is being established, famshu ilayha, that walk to it, wa alaykum bis-sakinati wal-waqar, but maintain your dignity. Amazing words, alaykum bis-sakinati wal-waqar. You can take that as a mantra in life. When you go into anything, you walk into a room, you walk into alaykum bis-sakinati wal-waqar. Bis-sakina wal-waqar. That waqar is this kind of dignity. Sakina, that you have this kind of serene composure, serenity. That the Prophet said, alaykum bis-sakina wal-waqar. And in this hadith, and in that same hadith, the Prophet said, وَإِذَا أَدْرَكْتُمُ الْإِمَامِ وَهُوَ الرَّاكِعُ فَارْكَعُوا, that if you catch the Imam and he's raki', then do ruku'. وَمَا فَاتَكُمْ فَأَتِمُّوا. And whatever kind of misses you, whatever you've kind of missed, then catch up, then make up for it. And there's narrations that man adraka raka'a faqad adraka salah, whosoever reaches a raka'ah has reached salah. And then there's a few variations of that man adraka al-imam wa huwa raki' faqad adraka al-raka'ah. There is a narration something like that. And in fact, what will when I finish this, just if I remember, I'll just mention the differences on that as well. What do the scholars say about that? So okay, but coming back to this, so Abu Bakr, the Prophet ﷺ, after Salah, he says to him that Zadakallahu hirsan wa la ta'ud. Now, this is the popular narration, and I'll come to that point. But this, look at the hadith, how it begins. The Prophet was trying to tell him, look, don't do that. Don't run like this, and don't, like, be dignified. It doesn't matter what you miss, catch up. But don't kind of be all like, don't lose your composure. And he begins by, you see, now this goes to show, see, because today we are taught through psychology, and for people who handle people, you're taught these things, even in education as a practitioner or as anything, you're taught today that, okay, begin with something positive, then correct, realign what you have to realign. But in this hadith, you see, Zadakallahu hirsan. You know, it's already given, like I see, you know, may Allah increase you in eagerness. Allah. That may Allah give you even more eagerness. Wala ta'ud. You know, but this, you know, don't, don't do this though. That's an amazing hadith. And I'll come back to this hadith as well. I did bring up some notes to show you guys some fascinating points about just the voweling on it. But about Abu Bakr, he himself, he continues well after the Prophet ﷺ. He lives many decades after the Prophet ﷺ, goes on to die, I believe, 51 Hijri or something in the time of Muawiyah. During his time, his brother Zayd ibn Abi becomes the governor of Basra. And they say that Abu Bakr was always someone very, you know, very strict with his own, with piety, and especially matters of abuse, that he took them always very seriously. And maybe that had something to do with his past, because he was a slave, and maybe as a slave he witnessed a lot of abuse. And so people, you know, our past shapes us, especially childhood. And they say, as a later in life, there was an occasion where his brother Zayd ibn Abi, who was in charge of Basra, and he's this incredible, total different upbringings. Obviously, just the mother was the same, but Zayd ibn Abi was somebody totally different, and he had like this great warrior, and later on he becomes this governor because of politics, and in the time of Muawiyah. So Zayd ibn Abi, on this occasion, he's building a masjid in Basra, and it's with great splendor. And he comes across, there's this person who's managed to procure some very precious wood, and it's very rare. And Zayd ibn Abi wants to buy it off him, and he wants to buy it for the masjid. Now, look, the cause is noble. He wants to buy it for the masjid. So he asks this person that, look, would you sell us this wood? It'd be a great piece for, you know, the mihrab in the masjid. It'll be just wonderful. It'll be epic. So the guy says, nah. He says, look, you know, obviously I respect everything, but this is my own thing. I don't want it I want it for me. You know, go get your own. And they say, look, it's too much of a mission for us to get it. This was like some foreign, particular rare wood that he had, very special wood. And the guy refuses to sell it. So Zayd confiscates it. He confiscates it, but he pays him handsomely. Like, he has some people go and he says, just take it. He says, first we ask nicely. But he does. He sends him money. He sends him adequate money. He says that, you know, this is worth what, this much. We'll give you the money. We'll give you money. We're not stealing it, but we're what we wanted. But still, you know, it's not. Abu Bakr refused to pray in that masjid in Basra. From the moment he came to learn of that incident, they say he refused to set foot in that masjid. And he's the brother of Zayyad. And Zayyad and him even had this out, and he said to Zayyad that I refuse to come in that masjid until you don't remove that wood. And although initially he didn't, but because this became a thing, eventually Zayyad had that wood stripped and returned, because it just became a thing then. Abu Bakr was like, look, this is wrong. This is abuse. And it's amazing that you see, it's always the sentiments that people, what they're standing up for. This is what defines true elements of virtue. So this was the personality of Abu Bakr radiallahu an. There was there's an interesting point I'll highlight as well, actually. He is also the narrator of the hadith, لَن يُفْلِحَ قَوْمٌ وَلُّوا أَمْرَهُمْ إِمْرَأً. The hadith which is in Bukhari and amongst other books, that people will never be successful who have placed their leader, who have placed as their leader a woman. So this is how it translates. But yeah, so those people will never attain success who have made a woman their leader. Now this hadith, and that's a whole, you know what, I'll just briefly explain that as well. So in just a moment, I'll come back to it, but he's the transmitter of that hadith. And so what does that hadith mean? We'll just come back to that, but I thought I'll just wrap up on Abu Bakr radiallahu an. He also, from the hadith, I was just thinking popular. There is another popular incident with him that had become a matter of dispute, actually. Not dispute, some people had tried to raise it as an argument. And it's worth learning about to understand how times were back then. So there's an incident in the time of Umar ibn al-Khattab radiallahu an, and this also sheds light on the laws about things like zina and how they treated them. That there was this incident where Abu Bakr saw Mughira ibn Shu'bah, who is another companion, with a woman, and he felt that it was not Mughira's wife. So he testified. Now, you see, maybe some of these things once again tie back to his own childhood and as a slave, and why these principles were so important to him. Because you have to remember that even his mother, Sumayya, was, a lot of people hurled kind of accusations at her and stuff like this, including his half brother Zayyad ibn Abid, because who was the father and stuff like this. And this is obviously from pre-Islam, but maybe these things are why, as he grew up, they shaped the kind of the significance and the weight of these values. So there is an incident where he reports this in the time of Umar. He's not the only one. Some other people reported that Mughira ibn Shu'bah was with this other woman, and that for whatever the context, I'm not sure, but there's something that happens and this gets reported, and then Abu Bakr had also witnessed it, so he comes forward to highlight this. Now the problem is that they didn't meet the full criteria, because there has to be 4 witnesses. And if there ain't, this is then treated as though this is a false accusation. And a false accusation isn't just dropped, the people are punished. Now, you see, in many ways, this goes to show the argument. You know, when people said, oh, that this adultery thing was kind of designed to, it was almost designed in a way that was impossible. to be witnessed, because 4 people witnessing actual penetration, I mean, how does that even happen? So this is a case in the lifetime, you can see, of the companions, and Abu Bakr is there, but I believe only 3 people. So these other people come forward, then Abu Bakr comes forward as well. So that makes 3, but nobody else comes forward. But there needs to be 4. So this testimony is not only dropped, they are then punished. So Abu Bakr radiallahu an is then whipped. And Umar ibn al-Khattab radiallahu an does ask the other people that, look, did you guys make this testimony up? Because, I'm just asking, it's part of the policy that they are asked that, look, is this? And the other 2, I think maybe it's because they think then they won't get hit or anything. So they say, yes, yeah, we don't know, we're not really witnesses. And but Abu Bakr remained steadfast. He said, no, look, I actually did see that. That's why I came forward. And he's actually punished. I mean, they are punished as well. But it just goes to show how harsh it was to even make a claim against someone. So when people make these kind of statements, and some people had then said, well, oh, does this mean that Abu Bakr, because the verse of the Quran says people who accuse women, chaste women, and if they can't bring 4 witnesses, then they are lashed. And you cannot accept their shahada, their testimony, unless they do tawbah. So some people had said, oh, does this mean, oh, you can't accept Abu Bakr's riwayah of hadith? And that's absurd, because that's obviously not anything to do with a testimony or of that nature. And to be fair, it's a very unfair allegation against Abu Bakr, because even in the narrations, he has an opportunity to say that, look, no, I was just saying this to kind of cause trouble, or I was acting out of, I was out of line. And he doesn't. He remains steadfast on. He says, look, this is what I saw, and this is why I came forward. And like I said, maybe it's because of all the kind of abuse he as a child he witnessed against other people and against women, especially women, when it came to honor and adultery, and even his own mother, and how people. So maybe these were the things that always made him so kind of hold these things so dear, that he had to always stand up and highlight these things. And on that occasion, he had to even suffer as a consequence. But no, this is nothing to do with a riwayah of hadith and stuff, because hadith is simply you telling about your life. It's like me saying, when I was 20 years old, this happened to me, or I was with such and such person and we did this, or he said this. So he only transmits those hadith that he claims that he was there and the Prophet ﷺ was saying these things. And everybody's accepted that they've never been an issue. This has not been an issue, but some people had tried to raise, does this problematize the fact that he was in trouble for that testimony because all the witnesses weren't there? But that goes to show there is a difference between getting caught up in something whilst being on the right side. Like you could, let's say, like a whistleblower, you whistleblow, but you don't get the support. It's like, I'm not saying it's like this, but giving an example of whistleblowers, what's very relevant is in the news, like Julian Assange. It's like people are not supporting them. I mean, some people are, but the governments and people are trying to really turn against them and do all of this stuff. They are on the right side, but they're suffering. They kind of face the consequences, get prosecuted, even though they're whistleblowers. So suffering consequences doesn't always mean that you necessarily, and even being then put on the wrong side of the law doesn't always mean you were on the wrong side. It just means the law sometimes is set up in a certain way that if certain things ain't met, you can find yourself facing the brunt of it. and that's a different discussion. But this was this companion, Abu Bakr radiallahu an, an amazing person who begins his story at the fortress of Ta'if, lowers himself with a pulley, and he runs to the Prophet, and then becomes this amazing companion and lives on for many decades, dies in the caliphate of Muawiyah radiallahu anhum, and leaves a legacy, really. And many of these hadith are from him. And so that I mentioned, and also to just show you a little insight on his hadith. Now check this on Arabic, and where the voweling makes a difference. So let me just bring this up. So this is a hadith, and we'll come back to the other hadith, لَن يُفْلَحْ قَوْمٌ وَلُّوا أَمْرَهُمْ امْرَأً. But this زَادَكَ اللَّهُ حِرْصًا, that you can see. Now, may Allah increase you in eagerness, that may, but how do you read the second part? Is it وَلَا تَعُدْ, or is it وَلَا تُعِدْ, or is it وَلَا تَعْدُ? All right, wow. And each one gives a different meaning. Okay, so وَلَا تَعُدْ, don't go back to it. Okay, don't go back to it. If you read it as وَلَا تَعُدْ, most people seem to read it as وَلَا تَعُدْ, that the Prophet was saying, don't go back to doing this. وَلَا تُعِدْ, some people said وَلَا تُعِدْ, it means don't repeat, which could mean a similar meaning. Or some people said don't repeat your prayer. Some people argue that the Prophet was trying to say that. And the third one, which I feel was actually the more accurate definition here, وَلَا تَعْدُ, and don't run. This, I feel, was the more accurate definition. The majority of the scholars seem to still go with وَلَا تَعُدْ, and don't repeat. وَلَا تَعْدُ seems to make more sense. Certain scholars have gone with this. Albani also, in his kind of definition, goes with this as well. وَلَا تَعْدُ. Because it seems to make sense, really, in the context. The Prophet is saying, look, may Allah increase you in eagerness, but don't run. Like alaykum bis sakina wal waqar, like maintain your composure and dignity. Yeah. So, okay. I thought I'd introduce that. A brief note on the mas'ala. I'll cover those 2 points. First of all, on salah. If you catch the prayer and the imam has gone into ruku', okay, so there are several ahadith, as was in this incident with Abu Bakr radiallahu an, that there are certain narrations that إِذَا أَدْرَكْتُمُ الْإِمَامِ, if you reach the imam, or إِذَا أَدْرَكْتُمُ الرَّكْعَةِ, some say rak'ah, or in other narrations, إِذَا أَدْرَكْتُمُ الْإِمَامِ وَهُوَ يَرْكَعُ, or if you catch the imam وَهُوَ الرَّاكِعُ, if you catch the imam and he's in ruku', then do ruku'. It mentions that farka'u, or do ruku', and it also mentions that what you فَمَا أَدْرَكْتُمْ فَصَلُّوا وَمَا فَاتَكُمْ فَأَتِمُّوا, in some narrations, that look, whatever you catch, pray, and whatever you've missed, make up for. Okay, so the mas'ala is, if you come to pray and the imam is in ruku', what should you do? Well, you just say your Allahu Akbar, and you can, as you just say Allahu Akbar, you can go straight into ruku'. As long as you've said the Allahu Akbar, as you're going into Allahu Akbar and you've gone in, you're going into ruku'. As long as the imam has been in ruku', even for just a brief moment, it overlaps, that is fine. That ruku' has been caught. Okay, that is the majority view. You don't, if you can say another Allahu Akbar, or you can say a dhikr, that's fine. Even if you don't, you've said one Allahu Akbar standing, which is the takbirah to begin the prayer. So you must say that obviously, to begin the prayer, you can't begin the prayer in ruku'. Begin the prayer just standing. So as long as you've just said Allahu Akbar and you've gone in, if you can say the second Allahu Akbar, fine. If you can't, You've just gone into ruku, you've caught the imam even for a moment, that rak'ah has been caught. Okay. That is the view of the majority of the scholars. That is the four madhabs: Imam Abu Hanifa, Imam Malik, Imam Shafi'i, that is Imam Ahmad, that Ishaq ibn Rahaway, Sufyan al-Thawri. That is the majority of the ulama. They base it on this hadith. There's a few variants that if you catch the imam in ruku, that's what you do. Some people have disagreed, by the way. So some people, based on arguably that the qira'atul Fatiha is obligatory on the ma'mum, the person who prays behind the imam. So if he's missed it, he must make it up. That has been transmitted by, I believe it's been transmitted by Abu Huraira radiallahu an. It's also been transmitted as the view of some of the Shafi'iyya. It's been transmitted as the view of Ibn Khuzaymah. It's been transmitted as Imam Bukhari's view. This is what he kind of heads his. He has this book, this Juz fi al-Qira'ah, in Qira'ah Khalf al-Imam, and in that he seems to argue for this. It also seems to be what Shawkani argues for in his Nail, I believe. But so some people had said that, look, even if you catch the Imam doing ruku', you've missed, you have to still make it up. But that's not the majority. The majority, beginning with the companions, whether it's Ali radiallahu an, Ibn Mas'ud radiallahu an, it's going to be Zayd ibn Thabit radiallahu an, many companions, the four madhabs, the other imams, Sufyan al-Thawri, other they've all pretty much argued that if you catch the ruku', you've caught, even for a moment, you've caught the salah. Okay, so that's how it is. That gives you at least some guidance on that matter. What was the second point? The hadith. لَن يُفْلِحَ قَوْمٌ وَلُّوا أَمْرَهُمْ امْرَأَةً. A people who place the leader as a woman will never be successful. This is transmitted by Abu Bakr radiallahu an. It is in Bukhari, but it's in some other books as well. But what does this mean? Does this mean that it is haram to have a leader as a woman? A woman as a leader. Some people have taken this hadith and understood that from it, that they've taken this hadith. So first of all, let's understand why this hadith was said. This hadith was said at the time when the Kisra, the Persian Sassanid king, had died, and the woman became in charge. I believe her name was Boran. They put her in charge, and somebody told the Prophet that she is now in charge. And allegedly, the Prophet said this, keeping in mind that the Sassanid Empire was at war, at least, especially at that time, with the Lakhmid Arabs, who were the kind of cultural capital, the Manazira, and they killed the last, Mundhir ibn Nu'man, and they killed. There was this huge, and we've covered that in the story previously. So, keeping that in mind, and the Manazira, the Lakhmid, the Hira was their capital. They are the one who in many of the major poets were, where Arabic today as we know it comes from as well. So this is where the allegiance of the Arabs was anti-Sassanid, anti-Persian. This is why even in the Quran it says about Rome, which was the Byzantium, the Byzantines. They have been defeated, but they will again be successful. And on that day, يَوْمَئِذٍ يَفْرَحُ الْمُؤْمِنُونَ. The believers will be happy. Why? Because the believers were more aligned with the Christians than they were with the Sassanid Persians at the time. So when this female is placed as the kind of queen, this statement is allegedly said by the Prophet ﷺ. This is, once again, we say allegedly because there isn't 100% certainty that the Prophet ﷺ said this, but let's go with the hypothesis that this was said by the Prophet ﷺ. Now, the next question is that is this statement descriptive, or is it religiously prescriptive? Okay, so is it descriptive from a psychosocial environmental perspective, or is it prescriptive? So is the Prophet ﷺ describing this? Is he describing, or is he inscribing, making this a law within Islam? Is he teaching Islam, or is the Prophet ﷺ describing a phenomenon? This is where people disagreed. So, for example, because you have to remember, as Imam Qarafi says, that the Prophet ﷺ, when he's engaging people, he is in different states of mind. In some states, he's engaging them as the Imam of the Muslims. In some states, he's engaging them as a judge. He may be ruling over two people. In some states of mind, he's engaging them as a person amongst them, like as an Arab who lives in Hijaz amongst them, like saying, hey, like when they say, would you want to eat this? He says, no, I don't eat this. And they say, oh, is it haram? And the Prophet said, no, it's not haram. It's just I don't like it. Our people never used to eat it. That's the famous hadith. Or when the Prophet says to Barira, marry Maghith, and she says, oh, is this religious? Like, is this to prescribe something is to mandate it, to make it obligatory? Is this like, are you prescribing something? And the Prophet said, no, this is just a suggestion. And then she says, oh, in that case, no, I won't marry him. Or it's like in the time of Badr, when the Prophet says, why don't we set up camp here? And the person says, Ya Rasulullah, is this revelation or is this an opinion? And the Prophet said, no, it's just an opinion. And then he says, well, in that case, I think the person says to the Prophet, what about over there? Because we're closer to the well and we've got a vantage point to attack. And the Prophet says, you're right, let's set it up over there. Or in the instant when the Prophet sees them cross-pollinating the wheat that they used to do. And the Prophet says, that's strange. Why do you do that? So they didn't do it. And the following harvest was terrible. And they came complaining to the Prophet. They said that, and the Prophet said, why are you complaining to me? And they said, well, you said, why are you doing that? That's strange. And he said, I just said that's strange. I never said it's from Islam. The Prophet said, Antum a'lamu bi umuri dunyakum. You guys, he said, you're more knowledgeable about your worldly affairs. I just said I find it strange that you guys cross-pollinate. I never said this is from God, that don't do this. I was just speaking as a person. I wasn't speaking as the prophet of God. So when the Prophet is engaging in different things, there's different states of mind that are active. So now let's take this hadith. So we're going with this statement has been said. Is the Prophet saying that, oh, these people who have placed a woman as their leader will never be successful, a description based on the socio-economic factors of the people? Because like the Prophet is he's aware, like today we are aware of what's going on with Russia and Ukraine. When we don't have to be there, but we all know what's going on. The Prophet knew about them attacking the Mundhirs, the Manadir are fighting back. Some of the battles we've mentioned where they were defeated by the Bakr ibn Wa'il tribe and by other tribes that attacked them. And we've done all of these segments. The Prophet is aware of these things, the Byzantines attacking them and how they're struggling, how the Sassanid legacy of over 1,000 years is crumbling. The Prophet is aware of these, just as today we are aware of kind of global factors. Now, to crown it all off, not only have all of their kings become so weak, and these are people who are very boastful, very so on, they wouldn't even allow, they had such and such person in charge, and he used to claim to be like a god, and people did this, and some people challenged him, and now it comes down to when the king has died, they've placed a woman. Like, I know there's no way that's going to work. Like, these people are definitely going to flop. Like, that kingdom is going to crumble. It's no way. It's like, it's if a person was to say, like, imagine all of a sudden there's all these candidates to get in charge, and they put this really old man who is, almost senile. One could say almost, we're speaking about Biden here, but somebody places somebody in charge, and you say, well, this is definitely this country's going to the dogs now. There's no way that they're going to, you put a man like that in charge, an old man. Any country that's being run by an old man that old is going to be ruined. So is this statement coming as a description given the kind of socio-political affairs of the environment, that the Prophet says, knowing what's going on and all the turmoil therein, that a people who now place a woman in charge, those men are never going to accept that woman. That's like, because it's the Sassanid Empire, and that too, it's crumbling, and there's all this infighting, and now you put a woman in charge in that climate, they're never going to succeed. Was this descriptive, or was it prescriptive? Was the Prophet saying, this is now a fiat ruling in Islam, that it is haram for a woman to rule a people, because if she does, they will never attain success? So there's these two ways of looking at what is going on. Some people took it to say that the Prophet was prescribing here, that he was giving a ruling within Islam, and trying to say that now henceforth any woman that, or let's make it clear that because the Persian woman let's make it clear, given this instance, that any nation, that any civilization that takes a woman as a leader is doomed by the fate of God, and that is by divine decree. Some people have taken it to mean that. However, many other people would understand the other ruling, which makes sense, because after the Prophet ﷺ, his own wife Aisha radiallahu an was in charge of the very famous battle, which is controversial, the Ma'arikatul Jamal, the battle of Jamal, of the camel. She is in charge. She leads the whole campaign going up to Basra. So people had put Aisha in charge, and people like Zubayr were in that army, were in that group, let's say, but they had placed in charge of it Aisha radiallahu anha. Obviously, they would have had a much better understanding of the deen, that they were so close to the Prophet. If they felt that putting the woman as a leader would have been something so wrong in Islam, that they surely, that's not how they would go about things. So that's how this interpretation would see it. The other way would see that, no, this is, this is haram always, this is doomed in Islam. And they may even interpret, they may say that Aisha radiallahu anha was kind of leading, but technically maybe there was a man that was the leader, but she was just a prominent person. So they may give that kind of an interpretation. So this is how people take away from a ruling. But it goes to show that here is a ruling, and how it's not simple to say something, because just a statement, first of all, ascertaining whether it was actually said, or whether it was paraphrased, or whether it was, is another discussion. But even going with the hypothesis, this is the hadith, this was said, there's still many ways to look at it, simply as a description. Just as today, if there was certain things going, and you said, you know what, if I said, you know, any person riding a motorbike in this day and age, or any person riding a bike in this day and age, is never going to make it. If I made a statement like that, which, now what would you understand from my statement? What am I trying to say, and what is the context? So surely, if I say something, any person riding a bike in this day and age is definitely not going to make it. Or why am I saying that? First, the context. Secondly, do I mean not make it in anything? Do I mean because there's been certain road traffic accidents and people are kind of knocking over cyclists and people are doing all these kind of things? And so that's a very more profound way of looking and reading texts. Okay, people, with that, let's wrap that up. I don't know what's happening to my throat. I think I should wrap it up. You know what? I'll share the link. Maybe if somebody wants to jump on, I'm just seeing the time. I think I got carried away speaking today. That's my throat indicating that you got carried away. Your obligation fears the main. Okay, let me just take that off. Mufti, you missed a super chat. I'll take a look for that. I'll share the link, and otherwise I'll wrap this up. All right, I see Saracen. Shukran, I've covered your super chat. Didi, shukran for the super chat. It's a path to God to discover that you are Him. That you are? Sorry, something blocking the screen here. That you are Him. That you are God? No, I don't think that's the path. That's not the case. So, Sharaf, Iyab, Hashim, love you, Mufti. You don't know how much help you. Shukran. Much love. May Allah keep you blessed. Right. Let's see. Ameen. Allah creating man from dust, is it metaphorical way of highlighting how weak the human body is, which is capable of great things? I don't think dust symbolizes weakness. I think it more symbolizes humble origins, because the human mind truly has capabilities of astronomical majesty, if you think about it. And I think we can kind of get lost in that. So it's always a reminder of our humble origins. Cool. Was there another super chat? Ibn Tashfin. We got to do a segment on Ibn Tashfin someday. Yusuf Ibn Tashfin. Salah, lip service to God. What's the purpose? I've covered that in much detail before. I've got a bunch of videos on it. No, it's not lip service. It's excellent to have rituals. It's excellent to kind of have something, anchor points, and to have routine. It really births discipline. Yeah, so it's so much in that. I've done a bunch of videos on it now, so do check them, inshallah. But shukran, much love for the super chat. Are you afraid of nihilism or death? I think everybody has. It's human, not even human, I think creature, to have a fear of death. That said, I think the path of consciousness can bring a person to definitely a much calmer perception towards death and a much less fearful. In fact, people who we spoke earlier on psychedelics, people who explore things like that even come back with a much less fear of death. This is why certain places in the world now use this as palliative care. They want it because I feel it's a crime not to use these things in palliative care, because people they have, this is what the evidence shows, that they have a very mystical experience which reduces the fear of death, because it doesn't reduce it in a like in a death wish way. Like when you say don't have a fear of death, it doesn't mean they become diehard, like I don't give a damn, come shoot me, that kind. It's not that kind of, they don't have a fear of death. What happens is they become embracing, and they warm to it, and they kind of, it's strange, because if people who've experienced these things, they say when you experience that kind of ego death, they will write. In fact, you can watch interviews of people that have experienced these things. Many of them will say that it was very familiar, that when they experience it, they seem to recognize it. I know it doesn't make much sense right now, but this is what a lot of people, it's like people that on DMT, they will all often say that it was, they recognize it from before. They will say that they knew the place. How is that? How does that even work? How does everybody always mostly seem to know the place from before? So, and how did most people seem to know death from before? It doesn't. But yeah, I think, but the fear is innate and natural. Right, let's move on to, I've shared the link. We've got a guest. I need to, right, let me see if I can quickly switch on my earphones. I need to, 1 second, need to fire up my device, have it connected. Right, let's see. Connected. क्या बात है यार, that quickly. ऐसा होता है. Where's the settings? Let me just go into the settings, check that the audio is connected. Nope, it isn't connected on here. Where is the headset? All right, it's now connected. क्या बात है यार. We've got Shaykh Abdul Rehman Ghauri. ये ले, आ गया Ghauri.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम मुफ्ती साहब.
वालेकुम अस्सलाम.
मुफ्ती साहब, आपने एक दफा आखिरी दफा इनवाइट किया था, आपका पीछा नहीं छोड़ेंगे.
क्या बात है यार. ये ले फिर. ये आया Ghauri.
How are you doing? You good?
I'm good. Lillah alhamd. How are you keeping?
Alhamdulillah, it's like 10 to 5 in Germany. So yeah.
क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
Mashallah.
Vampires, huh? Vampires. This is it. Awake at these godly hours.
Yeah, well, you know when I say, when I always, when people ask me, especially my relatives, they're like, yeah, why are you so active at night and stuff? And it's not good to be raat so nikli pani. And I'm like, you've been telling me stories of some old buzurg, nice people and pious people who've been awake the whole night and tahajjud and this and that. So when I say I'm awake, why is it bad? But yeah.
Because you're awake streaming Netflix.
Yeah.
Don't worry, happens to the best of us. This is it.
Your own show on Netflix one day, inshallah.
So, yeah. Right now, I just got to stream all these others and just catch up with.
Mashallah. Okay. Again, your live stream, mashallah, was really, really nice. And especially, you said last about what the Prophet said and what he said in normal life and stuff, because a lot of people confuse in huwa illa wahyu yuha, that verse. They literally teach you in the mosque and everyone in general, people, the imams in the mosque, they teach you that everything the Prophet said out of his tongue is from God. So it's like a wahi. So in one sense, it is pre-planned, but people think everything he says is deen. And that's where the problem with hadith comes as well, which you highlight times in the news.
Because that's a very good point. And Qarafi, for people who want to read that, you can read Qarafi having this discussion, because it's really because this, you see, using that verse from Surah An-Najm, وَمَا يَنْتِقُ عَنِ الْهَوَىٰ, that Allah's saying that the Prophet does not utter from his whims. إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا وَحْيٌ يُوحَىٰ, it is but revelation revealed unto him. Now, sure, now that's absolutely, but that is speaking about them calling his revelation nonsense. Like the kuffar of Quraysh are saying that he's making this up, and Allah is responding by saying that this is not, this is not him making this up. This is being revealed onto him. So this is very different to people saying, like, so for example, let's say the Prophet is now shopping, he's buying food, or he's sitting at home, or he's saying, can you pass me this? Can you do this? Or he's just having a conversation. How are you? What's going on? Just day-to-day things. These things are not revelation. These things are just normal life. The Prophet ﷺ is living his life. And it really becomes clear in those examples where those companions ask him that, because that's the best, that they make it very clear, because it's like the woman saying, Bariras, the Prophet saying, marry Maghith, because Maghith used to follow her around in the streets and he was obsessed with her. And people used to say that, hey, look at him, which is interesting, because you had a man following around a woman who he's not married to, and everybody would say, check him out, and they would all see it. And this was going on in Medina, and even the Prophet saw it, and it was a well-known thing because he was obsessed and madly in love with her. And so the Prophet even said, because he came and he asked the Prophet, look, please, if you ask her. And the Prophet said, look, just marry Maghith. And she says, oh, is this revelation? And the Prophet says, no, it's just no. He says, I'm just saying it because, it's just a suggestion. And she says, no, in that case, certainly not. I definitely won't. I mean, she says, and the Prophet actually says, not in that same thing, but he says to the people, when they say that, isn't it so mad? Look how madly he is in love with her. He chases her around. Look, there he's going right now. And the Prophet says, isn't it mad that his passion, like how his obsession, like how the energy that he brings in loving her is equally met with the energy she brings for hating him. And the Prophet says, isn't it like crazy how they're bringing opposite energies of the same strength?
Yeah. The funny thing is, the same issue, if you think about it, it's the same issue with Sunnah, right? Which you have brought up as well in the last 3 years, I guess. A lot of times I've heard you, like which you said, like a lot of people can't differentiate between the Sunnah of the Prophet, which he did as a adat, as a habit, or which he did for time and place, and which he did for religion. And the funny thing is, people criticize you or me generally always because I bring that up and I say there are two kinds of sunnah if you take it. But then the funny thing is, yourself, the Salafi ikhtilaf with the topi, with the hat, is the same. A lot of them don't wear hats. And then
they don't recognize the hat as sunnah.
Some Ahnaf, especially the Ahnaf, they wear turbans and they say the same thing about turban. But when we say turban and topi and maybe some other things, then they of course take it like that's too much now. So
I think the issue is, Sheikh, that it's and by the way, I gotta get you onto a MindTrap. Okay, so we are gonna do that. So we are on WhatsApp now, so that's we'll sort that over there. So you see, the thing is that I think people find it really difficult. At what point do they draw the line
Exactly.
with devotion?
Yeah.
Like, I'm devoted to something, I really want to do it. At what point do I draw the line in saying, look, it's okay, I'm doing it. I don't have to make you do it. Like, if you see it differently, okay, it doesn't change my devotion. Like, if a person wants to wear a hat, let's say, now, first of all, the Prophet ﷺ didn't used to wear a hat because hats were not the customs of the Arabs. They did wear turbans, though.
Yeah.
So now, okay, but the Prophet never exclusively wore a turban. The Arabs as a whole wore turbans. So, including Quraysh, including the Mushrikeen, everybody wore turbans. It's just all Arabs wore turbans. So, here there was a question that, okay, technically the Prophet often kept his hair covered. Often. Now, did he do this because everybody did it in Arabia? Mostly. I mean, most people did it. It was a custom. Or did he do it because Islam said? Now, the Prophet never taught us anywhere that we need to cover our heads. Okay, so that's fine. This is why the Maliki madhab does not say that covering your head is sunnah or anything.
Yeah.
Imam Malik, and this is the Maliki madhab. But okay, what if we decide to cover our head out of love for the Prophet because he covered it? So this is now a different issue. So this is saying, look, okay, I recognize this is not something, it's not in the Quran, it's not something that Islam introduced, but because the Prophet always did it. So let's say, for example, and I love the Prophet so much. So what if I did something a bit similar? It's like how people would say today, like you'd see in non-Muslims and other people, like celebrities. People love celebrities. They love Michael Jackson, so they might curl their hair like Michael Jackson. They might say, I'm going to do this. So people say, well, look, we love the Prophet so much, so I'm going to do something extra that he used to do. So let's say he liked dates. I'm going to eat dates.
Which is, of course, beautiful. It's something commendable.
Yeah.
That, of course.
And exactly, but that then not knowing where to draw the line in that devotion, because that devotion is a personal thing.
Exactly, yeah.
It's not, Islam has not even asked you to do it. But if you do it, the niyyah, the fact that you have this much love for the Prophet, that is highly commendable. And that niyyah is something which we celebrate, that intention. And we say that, Allah blesses that intention. But the action in and of itself is not an Islamic action. So just as the Prophet, for example, he lived in Arabia. So if a person says, well, I'm going to live in Arabia because the Prophet lived in Arabia. Now, Islam has not asked them to go move to Arabia, but if they did it, that's them. That's not an Islamic act. That might be their personal devotion.
Yeah.
As a person, they're doing it. Islam has not asked them, but sure, their intention is a different thing, but it doesn't make the act Islamic. And I think this differentiating here is where a lot of these people find it difficult. It becomes too clouded. Like they think, well, because it's being celebrated, the intention, therefore the act has become Islamic.
Yeah.
And I think, unfortunately, as well, this is a misplaced love. It is a love, but it's a misplaced love.
There was this discussion. Okay, I do admit I think it was too much for the people to handle what I said, but there was a discussion, and we were discussing exactly that topic, and they said that yeah, but it's still a sign of a Muslim if you walk like this, and if you have a jubbah, and these, you can imagine. I'm sure you've been in that position where you just look at those people who are discussing with you, and you're like, this is so much stupidity, these arguments. Which one shall I tackle first? And I just bursted out and I said, yeah, but you do know that whatever the signs you're describing, Abu Jahl wore the same things.
Clothes. Yeah, the clothes of the clothes of the Prophet were just the clothes of his time. He never, so it wasn't that the Prophet.
Yeah.
So for example, when, let's say, strangers or people came from Persia and these places, they couldn't tell who the Prophet was. He wasn't distinguished
Yeah.
in the sense that he wasn't somebody that wore a particular clothes. And, like, you could tell, oh, that person is like the VIP. He wasn't. He was just wore what everybody wore. He just wore what Arabs wore. And so there's nothing Islamic about that, about being an Arab. But obviously the love is in its own place. But then and I think this is more difficult for us, like desis sometimes, to differentiate, because and I think sometimes some groups, maybe with their whatever, like I said, it's a misplaced love, and they've kind of pushed it so hard. Like people like sometimes the Tablighi Jamaat, they've kind of pushed things like this so hard in saying that everything is a sunnah, sitting on the floor is a sunnah, not using a spoon is a sunnah because the Prophet never used a spoon, using it, like they've just turned everything
and
into
that is the problem. Like, for example, especially when you live in a country like Germany, like, of course, in England it's a bit different, if you don't mind me saying, because I've lived there for like 7 years. But in England, it's still like the Indo-Pak have dominated the Muslim scene over there. So that's when you see Birmingham, or you see like Blackburn or Leicester or some parts of London, they have like Ahnaf have dominated everything. So sometimes the thinking over there is very okay. Regent's Park Mosque is different, but except of that, a lot of East London and stuff. But like in our communities here, for example, Germany or Italy, Netherlands, because Arabs, there are a lot of Arabs, there are a lot of Turkish people. So you see, I've grown up with every single madhab. That's so hard for me. Every time I used to come back from Darul Ulum, they used to ask me questions to every madhab. And I didn't know this, of course, so I had to get prepared, in every madhab. And I remember Mufti Saab, where the small incident, like, that's a thing that happens so many times. There was an Arab, and he like in Pakistan, or like Afghani people, or like from Bangladesh and stuff, they don't put the Quran even in the mosque. They don't put it on the carpet, they put it on the shelf. Even when they're like chilling on the floor, they won't put it on the floor, like on the carpet, on the mosque carpet, not on the floor, so they won't. Even that they won't. Arabs don't. They just do, like, for example, they're reading Quran, and there is a sajda part which comes. They do a sujood, and then they put the Quran for once
on the floor.
And there was this guy, and
I'm not saying all Arabs, but I have seen that in several Arab countries that I've been to.
So then there was a fight, because there was one guy, he kept
Then there was a fight. That's just like,
and he said, "Shame on yourself! How can you put the Quran on the floor?" And he's like, "There is nothing wrong on putting it on the carpet." And he's like, "Oh, astaghfirullah, and you're doing this to the Quran. You don't have any respect for." And of course, Arabs are hot-blooded, and he was like, "How dare you saying I don't have respect for the Quran?"
There was sometimes this is done with, what happens is you get this reactionary. So there's two different things here. One is just like somebody, like a pure innocence, like somebody's in a masjid. It's not a dirty place. It's a very clean place. Nobody walks in with shoes on. Even in the Arab world, people don't go in with shoes. And it's a very clean carpet. And they're sitting themselves on the floor. And they then think, look, they're holding a mushaf. And then because they're about to pray, they just, there's nothing nearby. They just put it on the floor next to them on the prayer mat, and they just pray. Now, obviously, in the Desi world, we generally wouldn't do that, because we would see that as like, oh no, this is very disrespectful. But okay, to them, that's fine. This is a nice, clean place. This is a prayer mat. I'm putting it on there. But then I've also seen in my time, I've seen people, maybe to make a point of, there's nothing wrong with putting the Quran down, doing that on purpose. I remember many years back, there used to be da'wah, people used to do da'wah in the city centers, and used to have some of the very kind of like passionate, back then the Salafis that were like, we're doing da'wah and very passionate and stuff. So, and I remember in Birmingham, I remember the outside the library, the old library, they used to have these steps, and people used to do that with it. And so back then, I was just a teenager, and I was really impressed by these people because obviously all these people had embraced Islam, and many of them were converts as well. So I do excuse them that I'm sure they probably had only been Muslim maybe a year or something, but they had the whole garb, the whole gear, they proper the Saudi scarves and preaching. They knew the Arabic word. They knew much more than me about Islam back then. I was just a teenager. They would say, Abu Hanifa did this, and Al-Bukhari, and I don't know any of this. I was like, no idea what you're talking about. But I remember that they, like, while speaking, they would read from the Quran and stuff. And to be honest, I'd never even read the Quran in English at that point as a kid. And these people know these verses and they can quote it. And I was so kind of wowed. And then they would just get the Quran and just put it on the floor by the steps of the thing. And they would just carry on. And I remember actually as a kid, as a teenager, I actually went to them and said that, I remember saying to them that, look, I must have been about 17 or something. So I said to them that, oh, look, brother, can you, like, I tried to pick it up, and they said to me, what are you doing? And I said that, this, this is on the floor. And they said, what about it? And I said that, oh, you can't put the Quran on the floor. And it's like, why not? Well, what's wrong? It's a book. Like, obviously, I'm not disrespecting putting it on the floor. Like, and I remember they would do that consistently. It wasn't like just and I don't know whether that was, but sometimes there's this kind of almost a bravado to say, well, to say, that maybe you cultural people are kind of too wrong with your culture, so we're going to go the other way to prove a point. And of course, I do take into consideration that this is only, this is a small sample. I can't say this is representative of all Salafis that do that or anything, but these were some people that I saw. And but the thing in the masjid, I can imagine the fights breaking out.
That time, if people come to you, and then you have to, calm down first, both of them and stuff, and so it is a very
fun and games, huh?
Yeah,
fun and games.
I remember I did one Jummah, and then one guy came and he said, everyone, and he got criticized because he used to pray his sunnah at home, so people were like, he's Wahhabi because
you have madness the other way. You have this thing that in the other way where people, and then they will also make you do nafal, and you got to do, if you don't do a certain amount of nafal prayer, then you're not like people go the other way as well, like with their strictness and imposing. I suppose especially here, maybe not so much in Germany, but they'll have this cultural stuff, like a person like this salah is 17 rak'at, and if you don't do all these, then you're a Wahhabi basically, if you're not praying all of these. And
like I said, he said to them, listen, it's sunnah, I can pray at home, it's okay, the Prophet used to do it. And then they said, oh my God, he's a Wahhabi. And then, to calm the people down, he's like, MindTrap is coming at, referring to me, he's like, at Jummah, he's going to do khutbah. So after the khutbah, we'll go to him and we'll clear this matter. And everyone was like, okay. So he's like, I'll show you I'm not a Wahhabi. That they went there. And after Jummah, they came to me, made a circle, and they're like, yeah, we have a question. I'm like, what's up? And he's like, yeah, I used to pray, I pray my sunnah at home and stuff. And I told them, and they said, you're criticizing me. And I looked at everyone, and I'm like, no, it is sunnah. And then he said, see, after the mosque, and then people were like, Imam Sab bhi Wahhabi hogi. I said, like, he's a Wahhabi too. That's it.
Well,
you probably have a lot of guests. So
well, I might just take one more and then wrap this up today. But shukran, Sheikh Ghauri Saab. We got to catch up. Take care. Stay blessed. Much love. Assalamu alaikum, people. That was Shaykh Abdul Rehman Ghauri from Germany. All right. So, people, if you did, I did share the link, but you have to put on your camera, activate your camera and mic, and I can see if I can bring you on. Otherwise, I can start wrapping this up. I'll share the link. It was more a cultural thing. What's that? Mm-hmm. Right. Nighttime. I got it. Are you talking about? Or rather, anyway. Okay. So I've shared the link. I don't know what that link is. I was sharing my link. Somebody's sharing a different link. So I can see. Right, but I need the cameras activated, and yep, cameras, mics. If you want to come on. Right. So, all right, and I need you. Right, if I can see, let me see. Can I see someone? Nope, I can't see. Hello. Right, nope, I can't see. Right, okay, so guys, it's been good. Oh, I thought I saw someone coming on. There is, guys, if you want to come on, you got to come on. I got to see who you are. I got to, yep, I got to see you. Bring up your mic. Let me see. I am thinking of logging off. Enough time's been. Okay, I can see someone right there. Let me see if we can make this work. I'll do a quick one. Oh, assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, Mufti.
Mr. B. All right.
How are you doing? I can't believe I'm live streaming with you.
All right.
Oh, sorry. Someone called me and
no problem.
I got confused.
Where are you joining us from, Mr. B?
I'm calling you from San Francisco, California.
All right, San Francisco, California.
Yes.
All right. So what's your what is it? What does the M stand for? MB? What's the?
Oh, it's called Meyram. Meyram. It's like
Miram.
There's a Turkish word called Bayram, so it's similar.
All right. Is that your name, Miram?
Yes, it is.
All right, mashallah. So Miram, ahlan wa sahlan, man. Welcome. And what's on preoccupying your precious thoughts?
Well, first of all, I would like to say thank you for what you're doing.
Shukran,
and my heart is pounding because I can't believe I'm talking to you. It's an honor.
A pleasure, man.
It's an honor. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. Shukran.
You turned my world 360 degrees or 180, because I was at this point in my life where things didn't make much sense and I felt lost. And for some reason, YouTube recommended you.
Wow.
At the beginning, I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Yeah.
And I think I listened to you for a while, and I stopped. I'm like, no, this cannot be. And I came back, and a lot of things made sense. And you put me on a new trajectory in my life, and I am very grateful for that. So my question for this stream is: so it seems like in our faith we are guided by fear, by love, by hope, and I feel like in my life I had experienced many of those stages, and I wanted to ask you, how do you manage to balance those three guiding feelings in your faith? That's the first question. And the second question is, do you have any practical advice or practices you would recommend to manage ADD or ADHD that would help us in a real world? Thank you.
Sure. No, much love. I dearly appreciate your kind words, Mirban. So, Miram.
Sorry.
Miram.
Yes.
Miram.
Bayram, yes, Bayram, Miram.
Yeah, all right.
Means holiday.
Wow. So, yeah. So just coming to those. So first of all, I mean the ADD. Just going, because I think I take it you're taking professional help anyway. In that, are you taking professional help?
No, I'm not. I'm just personally asking you. Have you ever? Do you yourself experience that, or do you have any practical advice someone can use?
I think it's on these things. It depends on to what level of. I don't know whether it's disruption, or how difficult is it making things? Because a lot of people, especially if they're slightly older, I don't know how your age, but maybe they've not been kind of diagnosed or statemented as a kid. They've not been kind of, so now they're just discovering that I think I have ADD. I think, you know, I struggle, because some people who have it, they will often just have like a constant like kind of scatterbrain constantly, but simultaneously some people can seem to zero in at the same time and focus on something that they get so locked into it. And some people can't at all. They just constantly like they need, if something isn't kind of so gripping, it's just gone. Their attention is like it's somewhere else, and then it's somewhere else. And to a great extent, okay, I think to a reasonable extent, sorry, this is also normal for most people. I think to a reasonable extent, we are all gripped by something gripping, and then the mind wanders, especially in an age where we constantly have 10-second kind of, I don't know, video clips and 10-second Snapchats and whatever they are, just 30-second Insta clips. And so where we are constantly being fed and engaged with, you know, tools that are so psychologically sophisticated to grip our attention, the not so engaging becomes more difficult to engage us, because we're kind of so, you know, kind of almost drugged up on these things in this day and age, that, so this is why it's more difficult to read a book, because
exactly,
you know,
I struggle a lot.
It's not as it's not as, you know, it's not as entertaining as watching something, because we can just easily watch, we can easily, and so I think we all to some extent suffer, obviously some more than others, and then it doesn't mean that everybody who suffers from this has ADD or ADHD, whether it's hyperactive or not. But I would say that, look, for that kind of stuff, definitely do, if it's disruptive, speak to a professional, because it, you know, these kind of things, it could be that maybe it's just nothing. It could be that, you know, people can kind of guide you at least with a professional, constructive, long-term kind of vision. But coming to your other question, you see, on emotions, it is true that, look, we are guided with a lot of emotions, especially with religion. There's fear, there's love, compassion,
hope.
Okay, so, yeah, hope. There's yeah, so people would say, look, you know, you can, people would say, look, try to balance it out, try to have, you know, there's always, the way I see things is that, yes, Islam provides, you know, it gives you all of these, it kind of taps into all of these emotions, because the emotions exist. It needs to tap into them, and different people work differently. So I would say that it's not a, you see, to me, it's not that it's not the same fit for everyone. Some people may say the same fit fits all. It's just one size fits all.
Mm-hmm.
For me, my kind of way is that it would be, it needs to be tailored to your temperament and personality.
Mm.
So if you are a person that, you see, you are reckless, you are completely, you know, careless, and you are just, you can even be destructive, and you can be, then maybe honing and zeroing in more on this thing of this caution, this fear, this thing of, these things need to speak to you, because you know, you're leaving a trail of, you know, debris and ruin in your wake. Like, there's a lot of harm that you are maybe doing to yourself, maybe you're doing it to other people. this needs to kind of shout out more at you. It needs to you need to kind of prompt that up. But if you are someone that, no, your personality, it needs this element of love. It needs this side of hope, of inspiration, of the positivity. And I would say a lot of people, actually, especially today, this is what they are in need of. Maybe not everyone, but I would argue a lot. So these are the things that you need to really zero in on. These are the things that matter, that love, the compassion, the hope, the inspiration, the positivity. Because you see, some people, like, let's say you are someone, your temperament does not work well with the fear side of things. It could be devastating. So you get some people who start to take religion seriously. Like, let's say some might have been Muslim, some might be new Muslim, but they start to take religion seriously all of a sudden. And they have a very kind of OCD personality.
Mm-hmm.
And then they zero in on this fear. And so what happens is they get really obsessive, and their life becomes like, they get really, things become highly disruptive. So there's actually a category now, you'll find it in, I believe, the DSM as well, for kind of psychological disorders, called religious OCD. It's like a separate OCD. So what happens, these people become debilitated. Like, they think, oh my God, I committed sin. Oh no, oh my God, I never did this properly. You know, I'm gonna get punished now. I'm gonna get punished. I better do it again. I better do it again. Otherwise I'm gonna burn in hell. I'm gonna burn in hell. And they live this very, in fact, I work with some clients who I do my one-to-one perspective sessions through Patreon with, some who are, unfortunately, they've suffered that. And you see how their lives have been turned upside down. I mean, they alhamdulillah, they're kind of combating it and coming out of it now, but their lives had been turned upside down. It was because you see, once it creeps in and it locks, because it's this thing, like let's say I say, well, okay, if you don't pray, you're going to burn in hell. Okay, but I'm praying. But okay, my prayer, I think I missed a part. So, okay, this prayer is invalid. Therefore, I'm still going to burn in hell. Okay, so I need to redo the prayer. I did the, I'm going to burn in hell. You know, if I do this, I'm going to see, everything becomes that they can't even, they can't escape the grip. It kind of really locks in on them and it suffocates them. And their whole religion, their whole thing, their life is, unfortunately, somebody just said, I believe the term is scrupulosity. Sure, scrupulosity. But this thing in general, you'll see that their whole lives become like a misery. Like, they are so, these poor people, they're actually doing good things, but they're just so overwhelmed by this anxiety of like, oh my God, if I just have to make it out of this world, so I don't. And that, to me, is not at all what Islam came for, to make your life like that. And that is not, by the way, how the Prophet lived. And I get it that these people are actually trying to do a lot of good things, but it's kind of, they're doing, but it's kind of caught them the wrong way, though. So, like, it's made them very miserable people. I had a person say to me, honestly, he said to me that, and in the most sincerest of ways, that he resented that he'd ever embraced Islam, because this is what it, like, his life before was fine. Like, now it turned into this never ending series, this chain of just anxiousness of God is going to punish like this isn't right, that isn't right, that isn't, oh my God. And he wasn't like that before. So this is why I do always encourage, especially in this part of the world, where people live, where they already have enough rules in life. I do feel that, and in our age, that the message generally for a lot, especially a lot of people I encounter, it should be always about love. It should always be about hope. It should always be about positivity. That we already have enough rules, and usually these people coming already have, that I engage with, usually already have a reasonable grasp of ethics. So it's not, they're not out there doing cruel things and doing that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's my take on it, man. But may Allah make it easy. May Allah make
thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mufti. I'm not gonna hold you anymore. Thank you so much.
Shukran, man.
Thanks
You
for
take
doing
care.
this. I really appreciate what you do, and you're a legend. Thank you so much. You are a
Much
legend,
love,
Mufti.
man.
You are a legend. We love
Oh,
you. Thank
man.
you.
Thank you, man. I love you too, man. Shukran. People, right? MB right there from San Francisco. Much appreciated. Honestly, these kind words of yours make my day sometimes. They do. It's amazing how we live in the minds and hearts of others. It is amazing, honestly. I guess it's something we will never truly ever get to appreciate. Guys, with that, let's wrap this up. It's been it's been good. It's been amazing. I love, we've covered those verses from gratitude, ungratefulness, right through to the story of we had Khayruzan. We've got and the kind of the ups and downs and the tragic the tragedy and glory of her life, right to learning about the companion Abu Bakr radiallahu an, and speaking about Sunnah and Hadith and the different mind states of the Prophet ﷺ, as explained by Qarafi, and then the guests. Quite exhausted, huh? So let's wrap this up. People, if you've not already clicked like and subscribe, do that. Click the notification bell. It's always good. I do share videos daily, so I put out about 2 clips. It keeps you up to date. If you want to participate in my Discord server, that is through Patreon. So you have to go over to Patreon and subscribe. There are different tiers, going right from the upper end, which include perspective one-to-one sessions once a month, to others which include just maybe a monthly session and the kind of Discord server, to right maybe just being on the server and participating here. There's that. Other than that, guys, if you want to just reach out, Instagram, drop me a message there. I usually do respond quite quickly. As always, أوصيكم أن تتفانوا بحب الله قبل أن تفنوا بحكم الله. Much love. Take very good care of yourselves. Wassalamu alaikum wa khuda.